Hello everyone, welcome back to finally some more Root film. It's been like a month, 2 months, 2 months almost, 1.5, whatever. Anyway, so we're gonna get back into part 2, chapter 3.
まったく愚かな刑事たちですな。
Wow, were those some defective detectives?
さようさよう。あれでテープをすべて没収したつもりとはな。
Yeah, exactly. They really thought that it was enough to confiscate all the tapes.
まったくでございます。このご時世、小さな USB メモリー1本でデータなどいくらでも隠せるもの。
I know, right? Do they realize how much data you can store on a tiny memory stick these days?
ぬ
The next morning, Magari and Yagumo secretly checked the film data in the van. While the cartoon villain laugh may be excessive, the fact of the matter is that they had backed up all the film data onto a memory stick beforehand.
さて、おふざけはここまでにして、どれを出せばいいんすかね。
Okay, that's enough clowning around for now. What footage do you need?
倉持夫人の遺体が映ってるとこだ。そもそも他殺なのか自殺なのか、何か判断できる手がかりがあるかもしれない。
The footage of Mrs. Kuramochi's body. There might be a clue to tell us if it was murder or suicide.
あの様子をまた見るのはちょっときついっすね。
Kinda tough to look at her like that again.
つか、なんでそんなにこの件にこだわるんすか？前にも言ったけど、うちらただの映像やっすよ。
Why are you so fixated on this case anyway? As I said before, we're just a film studio.
それは。
Because.
言いたくないならいいっすけどね。ま、自分は監督信じて従いますよ。
You don't have to talk if you don't wanna. I trust you, director.
すまん、マガリ。
Sorry, Margaret. As soon as the 10-year-old project restarts, an incident like this happens. Is it just a coincidence? Or an inevitability? I can't help but assume the latter. Which means that solving this case may help expose the truth of why the project was shelved 10 years ago. As Yagumo ponders to himself, Magare expertly searches through the film on her laptop. Eventually, her hands stop, and the screen shows the side from the day before yesterday. Okay, what we got? There's an expensive-looking drawer, as you'd expect from an old family. Nothing particularly suspicious. There's several on scars on her slightly exposed chest.
断末魔にかきむしったんだな。塩素ガスは呼吸器系に激しい症状を起こすんだ。
Must have scratched herself in her final moments. Chlorine gas wrecks your respiratory system.
だとすると、自殺にしては苦しい死に方選びすぎじゃないですかね。
Which means it's way too painful for an option for suicide.
自分だったらもう少し苦しくなさそうな方法を選ぶと思うんすけど。
If it were me, I'd choose something less painful.
楽な死に方なんてなかなかあるもんじゃないがな。少なくとも自分から死を選ぶなんてするもんじゃない。
There are lots of easier ways to go, especially when it's on your own terms.
監督は自殺とかしなそうっすもんね。
I can't see you ever committing suicide, director.
ああ、俺は100まで生きて大養生するつもりだからな。
Of course not. I plan on peacefully passing away at the tender age of 100. Get me. There's a mark on her skin, like a bruise, from the nape of her neck to her shoulder.
これはあざ。いや、何かの傷口か？
Is that a birthmark or a bruise of some sort?
血も出てないし、様子からすると最近の傷口ではないみたいっすね。
There's no blood and it doesn't look like it was a fresh wound.
そうだな。だとすると今回の件とは関係なさそうだ。
Right, which means it probably isn't related to the case at hand. But it is suspicious.
この金だらいもどうも引っかかるな。
This middle basin really bugs me.
何がっすか？
What about it?
いや、仮に洗剤混ぜて自殺しようとしたとして、こんなでかい金だらいいっぱいに洗剤用意するか？
Well, even if she was trying to commit suicide by mixing detergents, why such a huge basin?
そう言われてみれば確かに。
That is a good point.
これじゃなきゃいけない理由が何かあるはずなんだ、きっと。
There must be some sort of reason behind it. Where am I? I want the note, please. Huh. Yagumo murmurs as he looks by the body's feet.
どうしたんすか？
What's wrong?
いや、手前の机の影で見えにくいが、何か落ちてないか？
Well, it's hard to see due to the desk's shadow, but is there something on the ground there?
紙切れのように見えるが。
Looks like a scrap of paper.
じゃあ、ちょっと拡大してみますかね。
Let me magnify it a bit. Magari zooms in on the scrap of paper. A little too much. 2 or 3 zooms and several filters later, the text on the scrap of paper becomes legible.
星愛妻の八坂に奉納されるときに。
And Hoshiai is dedicated to Yasaka. Synesthesia, activate! And Hoshiai is dedicated to Yasaka on a paper.
これ、どういう意味なんすかね？
What does that mean?
八坂にとあるのだから、八坂神社に奉納される時のことを言ってるんだろうな。しかし、
It probably means when the Hoshiai festival procession arrives at Yasaka's shrine, but
問題はこれが誰によって書かれて、なぜここに落ちているかということだが。
the question is who wrote that and why is it on the ground?
変な筆跡で書かれているし、筆跡じゃ男か女かもわからないっすね。
The handwriting looks strange. Can't even tell if it's a man's or a woman's. The letter's in a crude, childish handwriting, perhaps to hide the identity of who wrote it. Anything else?
この紙が誰かとやり取りしたものだとして、そもそも今時手紙ってどうなんすかね？
Assuming this is a letter from someone who even writes letters anymore.
メールでも SNS でもいくらでもやりようがあるじゃないですか。
We've got email and tons of social media services.
携帯を見られてやり取りしてる相手が他人。例えば、倉持さんとかにバレたらまずいからとかか。
Maybe she didn't want anyone else to find out, like her husband, maybe?
そんなんいくらでも偽装できるじゃないですか。監督だって飲み屋のお姉ちゃんとの LINE、映像関係者みたいな名前で登録してるっしょ？
There's tons of ways to hide that, like how the line work contract you have is actually just the girl you met at the bar director.
なぜ知ってる？
Who told you that?
カマかけただけっすよ。いいから映像に集中してください。
You did, just now. Now shut up and focus on the footage.
あれ？
Huh? Magari raises her voice when she magnifies the chest area of the corpse.
どうした？
What's wrong?
ちょっと待ってください。
Hold on a sec. Magari restlessly moves the mouse to zoom in a bit further into a portion of the chest area. Once the pattern on the kimono disappears, it becomes clear what unsettled Magari.
これは。
That.
着物の柄で分かりにくかったっすけど、ネックレスみたいっすね。
It kind of blends into the pattern of her kimono, but it looks like a necklace.
着物にネックレス。普通するか？
A necklace with a kimono. Is that normal?
着物のマナーは詳しくないっすけど、普通なしなんじゃないっすかね。それに。
I'm no expert in kimono etiquette, but I don't think it is. Besides, Magari spins the mouse cursor around the pendant attached to the end of the necklace.
これ、どっかのブランド物って感じじゃないっすよ。作りが雑だし、多分かなりの安物っす。
This doesn't look like a brand name item. It looks crude and kinda cheap.
ほ
Oh. It seems out of place for the wife of a rich man to wear something so cheap.
う。マガリー、このネックレスが気になる。これ、プリントアウトしといてもらえるか？
Magari, that necklace bothers me. Can you print that out for me?
了解っす。
Roger! After examining the film all the way through, Yagumo sighs and murmurs.
あの日の現場じゃ気づけなかったことがずいぶんあったな。やはり映像を撮っておいてよかった。
We missed a lot of details that day. Good thing we filmed it.
マガリもありがとう。ずいぶん見るのに勇気がいる映像だったと思うが、助かったよ。
Thanks, Magari. I know it takes a lot of guts to look at this video. You're a big help.
まあ、無理やり作り物だと思い込みながら操作してたんで、なんとか耐えられましたけどね。やっぱりきついっす。
Well, I somehow managed by lying to myself that it was staged, but it really was tough.
そうだな。すまなかった。
Yeah, sorry.
ひとまずこの映像を調べるのはここまでだ。みんなと合流して出かけよう。
That's enough footage investigation for now. Let's go meet up with the others and head out.
了解っす。
Roger that. Okay, shit. I'm probably saying it wrong. Where are we going? Washihara Hashimanguru Shrine.
あれ、先日のヤグモさんでしたっけ？
Huh. I met you the other day, Yagumo, right? When they head to Washihara Hachimangu, some familiar faces call them out. It's the magazine editor Tokima, and the brother of Seiya Ito, who they saw yesterday in front of Kuramochi's mansion.
どうも。今日はこちらの取材ですか？
Hello, shooting material here today?
そうなんですよ。ああ、紹介しておきましょう。こちら一緒に取材しているライターの伊藤咲夫くんです。
I sure am. Oh, let me introduce you. This is Sakio Ito, my writer.
伊藤です。
I'm Ito. Unlike the down-to-earth Tokima, Ito doesn't seem all that sociable. Yagumo meekly responds to Ito's blunt introduction.
映像監督のヤグモマックスです。この度は大変でしたね、伊藤さん。
I'm Director Max Yagumo. Sorry for your loss, Ito.
ああ、知ってるのか、俺のこと。
You know me?
すみません。昨日倉持さんと言い争っているところに出くわしまして。
Sorry, I saw you arguing with Kuramochi yesterday.
話の内容から多分伊藤聖也さんのお兄さんだろうと。
From what I overheard, I figured you were Seiya Ito's older brother.
あちゃー、見られちゃってたのか。 お恥ずかしい。
Oh boy, you saw that? How embarrassing.
でもまあ分かってやってください。こいつも弟を亡くしたばかりなんだ。感情的になっても仕方ないですからね。
Well, please understand, his younger brother just passed away. It's only understandable that he's emotional.
分かってます。無理もないと思います。
I know, it's totally understandable. Talk to Tokima.
昨日の剣幕には私もびっくりしましたけどね。まあほんと無理もないですよ。
I was shocked to see him so serious, but it's totally understandable.
彼の弟さんには私も一度会ったことあるんですが、びっくりするほど似てる双子の兄弟なんですから。
I met his younger brother once before. They're twins, so they look so much alike. Synthesia. Sakyo and Seiya are similar-looking twins.
双子？お二人は双子だったんですか？
Twins? They're twins?
さすがに髪型や雰囲気はだいぶ違ってて、弟さんの方はぐっと真面目そうでしたけどね。顔や体型はよく似てましたよ。
Yes, they've got a similar face and figure, but different hair and general vibe. The younger one's much more serious.
なるほど。それはショックも大きかったでしょうね。
I see. It must have been a shock, huh? Twins, huh? I know twin switching tricks are a staple of the mystery genre, but maybe I'm just overthinking things.
伊藤さん、昨日倉持さんに言ってたその倉持夫人の不始末というのは。
Ito, about what you told Kuramochi yesterday concerning his wife's infidelity.
そんなとこまで聞いてたのか。
You heard that too?
すみません。盗み聞きというわけじゃないんですが、あれだけ大声だったもので。
Well, you said it so loudly, so sorry.
まあいい。要するにだ。あかりのやつが弟をたぶらかして一緒に自殺させたってことさ。
Well, whatever. Basically, Akari seduced my younger brother into committing suicide with her.
あかりさんというのは倉持夫人のお名前ですね。つまり夫人と弟さんは心中したと。
So she and your younger brother committed a lover's suicide?
別々の場所で死んでも心中というなら、まあそういうことだろうな。
If dying in completely different places can be called a lover's suicide, then yes, I suppose.
もともと俺も弟もあかりとは同じ高校の同級生だったんだ。
My brother and I were classmates with Akari back in high school. Classmates.
当時から弟はあかりに惚れてたが、告白する間もなく卒業して、あかりは東京に出ちまって。
My brother loved Akari, but never confessed, and after graduation, she went to Tokyo.
そのうち東京から戻ってきたと思ったら、金の力であんなジジイの嫁にされちまった。
And when she came back, she married that geezer because of money.
弟のやつはずっとそのことに同情してたからな。そこをつけ込んで心中に巻き込まれたのさ。
My brother felt bad for her ever since, and she dragged him into a lover's suicide.
しかし金の力で結婚したかどうかは。
You sure she married because of money?
20近くも年の離れたジジイだぞ。親子ほどの年の差だ。誰が好き好んでそんなジジイのもとに嫁ぐかよ。
Hey, it ain't his looks. He's like 20 years older. He's old enough to be her dad. Quick side note, my dad, he kinda, abandoned us one day, blah, blah, blah. Time passed. We found out that he was dating a girl around my age, and it was, oh, so disgusting. So no, please. No.
それにな、あかりは東京から戻ってきた時、何があったのか首筋にひどい火傷の跡を作って戻ってきた。
Plus, something must have happened to her in Tokyo. Akari came back with a bad burn scar on her neck.
それを負い目に思ってたところ、倉持のじじいがつけ込んだのさ。
Old man Kuramochi took advantage of her in her time of weakness.
ああ、なるほど。
I see. So that's what the mark on her neck was? Must not be directly related to the case then. Are we done here? I think so. Yasaka Shrine. A suspicious man suddenly stands between Studio Yagumo and Yasaka Shrine. Oh no.
あんたは
You.
この人もしかして
Is that.
知ってんのひとはちゃん。
You know him, Hitoha?
多分ネゴシックスさんって芸人さんだと思います。
He's probably the actor known as Nego 6.
ネゴシックス
Nego 6.
ですよね、ネゴシックスさん。
You are Nego 6, right?
第2回バキバキ島根クイズ。
Baki Baki Shimane Krizu.
無視？
Huh? He ignored me?
ここ八坂神社と並ぶ津和野の名所太鼓谷稲荷。今回はそこに関するクイズです。
Quiz is about Suwano's other famous shrine, the Taikodani Inari Shrine.
太鼓谷稲荷の稲荷、どうして普通の稲荷ではなく稲荷と書くのでしょうか。
Inari is usually written as rice load, but Taikodani Inari writes it as rice blessing. Why? It's a blessed place. It doesn't have a loading zone. It was built by Lord Inari and not the god Inari.
正解。
Deika!
その昔お城の蔵の鍵をなくしてしまった男が太鼓谷稲荷にお祈りをしたらその鍵が見つかった。
Long ago, a man who lost a castle key prayed at Taikodani Inari and soon found the key.
その素晴らしいご利益に感動した殿様が霊言あなたかということで稲荷と呼ばせたんですね。
Moved by that blessing, the lord of the castle renamed the shrine accordingly.
皆さんもなくし物を見つけたいときはお参りしてみてはどうでしょうか。
So, if you need to find something you've lost, why don't you try praying at the shrine too?
ではまたどこかでお会いしましょう。
And with that, I must make my exit. Let us meet again somewhere. The man says just that and disappears like the wind.
なんか好き勝手言って消えちゃいましたね。
He kinda just said what he wanted to say and scrammed, huh?
謎の男ネゴシックス。敵か味方か。
The enigma, Nego 6. Is he friend or foe?
多分敵でも味方でもないと思いますよ。
I don't think he's either. Nego 6. Taikodani Inari. At the Taikodani Inari shrine grounds, they find Shiba. She's leaning against the guardrail, looking down at the view below, deep in thought.
Shiba さん、
Shiba! She twitches at the sound of her name, but smiles and dashes over when she realizes it's Yagumo.
皆さん、今日もここへ登られたんですね。
You're all here again today, huh?
もしかして芝さんがいるかと思って。
I was thinking you might be here too, Shiba.
私に何か用事でも。
Oh, did you need me for something?
ねえ、ちょっと倉持夫人のことでお聞きしたいことがありまして。
Just wanted to ask you something about Mrs. Karamochi.
奥様の。
The Mrs., huh? Shiba's expression stiffens the moment she hears the mention of Karamochi's wife. In an attempt to calm her down, Yagumo puts on the biggest smile he can as he continues.
いや、そんなに難しい話じゃないんですよ。ただ、夫人には個人的に手紙のやり取りをするような方がいたのか、ちょっと知りたくて。
Oh no, it's nothing too difficult. Just curious if she mailed letters to anyone.
手紙って紙の手紙ですか？
Mailed letters? Like physical paper letters?
そう、メールや LINE とかじゃなくて紙の手紙です。
Yeah, not like email or line. Paper letters.
それはいないと思いますよ。
I don't think so.
そもそも郵便受けの鍵は倉持先生しか持ってないし、手紙は全部先生が目を通しますから、個人的なやり取りとかないと思います。
Dr. Karamochi has the only mail key and checks all the mail, so I doubt she had any personal letters.
ああ、なるほど。
I see.
ですよね。今時スマホで連絡すれば済むのに、わざわざ紙の手紙なんて。
Makes sense. Besides, there's no point writing letters when we've all got smartphones these days.
いえ、奥様はスマホも禁止なので、それも無理だとは思いますけど。
Well, the Mrs. is banned from smartphone use, so I wouldn't say we've all got them. Synesthesia. Banned from smartphone use.
スマホも禁止なんですか？なぜ？
Huh? She's banned from smartphone use? Why? When Yagumo asks the question, Shiba puts her hand up to her mouth, realizing her mistake. It would seem that it's a touchy subject for her. Tell us about the phone.
柴さん、このご時世にスマホ禁止というのはちょっと不思議な感じがします。
Shiba, a smartphone ban seems a little odd in this day and age.
夫人は一体誰になぜスマホを禁止されていたんです？
Who exactly banned her from smartphone usage and why?
それは。
Well, it seems it's not something she can talk about. Shiba's eyes wander as she goes quiet. Not gonna talk that easily, huh? Well, in that case. Sorry, but it looks like I'll have to resort to emotional manipulation. Yagumo puts on a troubled face as if to curry sympathy from her.
柴さん、我々も困ってるんですよ。何しろこの事件が解決するまでは参考人として津和野を離れるなって警察に言われてましてね。
Shiba, we're in a bind here. The police told us that as witnesses, we can't leave Suwano until a case is solved.
そうなんですか？
What? Really?
そうなんです。おかげで滞在費やら食費やらで予定していた品販の予算をどんどんオーバーしてなあ、マガリ？
Yeah, we're going way over the budget we set aside for food and lodging for location scouting. Right, Magari? Huh?
このまま行くとあと 2,3 日でうちの事務所の金が尽きちまうよな。
At this rate, our studio's gonna run out of funds in 2 or 3 days, right? Magari blinks in confusion initially, but quickly catches on to what he's getting at and plays along.
ほんとこうしてる間もどんどん出費だけがかさんで。
Yeah, the expenses just keep piling up and our checks are gonna start bouncing.
このまま行くと不渡り、融資の引き上げ、倒産、ファンダメンタルの悪化に為替の大変動、株価の大暴落、それが引き金となって世界大恐慌。
Our loans are piling up, and we'll go bankrupt. The fundamentals of economy will deteriorate and trigger a global depression.
おまけに自分なんて来月から無職になってしまうっす。
We'll be jobless by next month.
そんな恐ろしいことに。
It's that bad?
そうなんです。そんな恐ろしいなんです。
Yeah, it's that bad.
それを避けるには一刻も早く事件を解決しなきゃいけない。そのために柴さん、すべてを正直に話してもらわなきゃならんのです。
And to prevent it, we gotta solve the case quick. So Shiba, please tell us everything you know.
わかりました。それじゃあお話しします。
Okay, I'll talk.
おー、ありがとう柴さん。
Yes, thank you, Shiba.
ではスマホの件について話してくれますね。
So first, about the smartphone ban.
はい。
Yes, well, you see...
実は先生は奥様の浮気を以前から疑っていて。
Dr. Kudamochi's been suspecting that his wife's been cheating.
半年ほど前から奥様一人の外出を禁止、スマホも取り上げてしまったんです。
About half a year ago, he confiscated her phone and banned her from going outside by herself.
なるほど。さっき郵便受けの鍵も倉持さんしか持ってないと言ってましたが、それも外部との接触を監視するためだったんですね。
I see. So the reasoning is the only mail key is part of cutting her off from the outside, huh?
ええ。それに私も先生が不在の時は奥様の様子を見張ってるようにと言われてて。
Yes, also, he told me to keep an eye on her whenever he's not home.
来客も全部私がお相手することになってたんです。
He also makes me entertain all the guests.
それは。
Huh. Isn't that a form of domestic violence? Yagumo stops mid-sentence when he considers that Shiba respects Kuramochi. No, we got child abuse. Instead, he asks a more essential question.
で、実際のところどうなんです？夫人は浮気を？
So, did she actually cheat on him?
それはわかりません。
That I don't know.
でもそこまで倉持さんがするということは何か確信めいたものがあったのでしょ？
But if he'd go to such extremes, then he must have had at least some reason to suspect her, right?
いえ、そこまでは。ただ、1年ほど前に奥様が購入したピアノのために調律師の伊藤さんという方を呼んだんです。
I wouldn't go that far. About a year ago, she called over a man named Ito to tune her piano.
その方と奥様はすごく仲が良さそうで、それから何回も呼んでらしたんですが、ある日
Those two really seemed to hit it off. He visited her several other times, and one day...
それを倉持さんが目撃して激怒したと。
Kuramochi saw them together and got mad?
はい。
Yes.
それが伊藤聖也さんなんですね。
And by Ito, you mean Seiya Ito?
はい。
Yes. I see. Explains what we saw at Kuramochi's mansion yesterday. Mrs. Kuramochi's death and Seiya Ito's suicide have to be connected somehow. How else would they die on the same day in different places? Yagumo places his hand on his chin in thought. As he does so, Shiba timidly speaks up.
もういいですか？
Is that all?
え？あ、なんです？
Huh? Is what all?
私が知ってることは全部話しました。 もう行っていいでしょうか。
I told you everything I know. Can I go now?
今日は先生のお宅の立ち入り禁止が解除されるので、私も後から先生のお手伝いに伺うことになってるんです。
The police lockdown on Dr. Kuramochi's house is lifting today, so I'm gonna ask if I can help.
ああ、そうですか。いや、もう大丈夫。行っていいですよ。
Oh, you are. Sure, you can go now, of course.
柴さんのおかげで我が事務所も倒産を免れそうです。ありがとうございました。
Thanks to you, it seems our studio can survive. Thank you so much, Shiba.
だったらよかったです。それじゃあ。
Well, that's great to hear. In that case... Peace. She probably feels guilty about revealing the secrets of the Kuramochi household. Shiba walks away sadly.
さっきの話、ひどいですね。外出禁止してスマホまで取り上げるなんて、奥さんがかわいそうです。
That's so cruel. He locked her inside and confiscated her phone, too. That poor woman. When Shiba's out of sight, Hitoha finally breaks her silence, sounding somewhat mad.
俺も聞いててそう思ったよ。あれじゃ一種の DV だ。
Agree. That's a form of domestic violence.
本当ですよ。そんな性格の旦那さんだから、夫人は浮気したんじゃないですか？
Yeah, with a husband like that, it's no wonder why she'd cheat, is it?
ひとあちゃんは夫人と伊藤聖也が不倫関係にあったとそう思ってる？
Hitoha, do you think she was cheating on him with Seiya Ito?
多分。だから二人は。
Probably, which is why I think those two...
いいよ。考えてること言ってごらん。
It's okay. Just say what's on your mind.
心中したんじゃないかと。
I think those two committed a lover's suicide.
心中か。そうだとすれば、夫人の足元にあった手紙も説明がつく。
A lover's suicide, huh? That would explain the note we found at her feet.
束縛されたカゴの鳥が互いに同じ日に死を選ぶことで、離れ離れでも心中になるってわけだ。
The cage birds chose to die the same day, so they could at least be together in death.
問題は外部との接触を断たれた状態で、どうやってそれを示し合わせたかだが。
The problem was how to communicate the day when she was cut off from the outside.
そりゃ簡単っすよ。折りたたんだ手紙を塀の外からポーンと投げれば。
Well, that's simple. Just fold up the note and you eat it over the fence.
それじゃ夫人じゃなくて倉持さんに発見されるかもしれない。
But then her husband might find it before her.
それに返信はどうするんだ？これも適当に塀の外に投げれば都合よく相手が見つけると。
And how would she respond? Toss it over the fence and hope he picks it up?
それは。
Well...
その謎が解ければ真相解明はぐっと近づくんだがな。もう少し調べてみよ
If we can solve that mystery, we can get closer to the truth. Let's look into it a bit more. Everyone nods and they leave the Taiko Tanayanari shrine grounds. Yoshinaga Rice. They visit Yoshinaga Rice store and Yagumo gazes blankly at the carp pond once again. Suddenly, Yagumo gets an idea and calls up the store owner.
倉持さんのお宅でも鯉を飼ってましたがご存知ですか？
Say, were you aware that Kuramochi kept carp at his house?
ああ、倉持さんとこ。あそこのお宅も立派なお池ありますからね。
Oh, Kuramochi? Well, yeah, he's got a pretty nice pond at home.
やはりこの辺りの湧き水で？
Does the pond use water from the nearby spring?
そうですよ。湧き水があちこち水路でつながってますから、みんなそこから池の水を引いてくるんです。
Yes, the spring's connected here and there by aqueducts, so his pond draws that water. Aqueduct.
水路から池の水を。
Pond water from an aqueduct.
です。ほら、うちもそこから。
Yes, we do the same thing here. Owner points to the edge of the pond underneath a small stone bridge. There's a metal grating covering an opening that leads to the aqueduct.
水を引いて、さらにあちらへと流しておるんですわ。
We draw water from the aqueduct and it flows over there.
はは。だから池の水がよどまないんですね。
So that's why the pond water doesn't stagnate, huh?
そうです。こっから藩校養老門のあたりまでざっと歩いたらわかりますけど、道沿いにずーっと水路が走ってるんですわ。
Exactly. If you walk from here to Hanko Yarokan, you'll see the aqueduct run parallel to the road. Right, the aqueduct cuts in front of Kuramochi's, so that's where he draws the water from, huh? Swano Station. Oop, boop, 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 boop. The Swano Station area is quite relaxed now, perhaps because the Hoshiai festival is over. I look at the station building for a while, but see no passengers coming and going. Sure is quiet, but then again, it's a weekday in June. Yagumo makes eye contact with the tourist. She takes out her phone and bows her head. Understanding the gesture, Yagumo takes her phone and takes a few pictures for her.
監督、あそこアクセサリーの露天商出てますよ。
Director, there's an accessory stall over there.
見てきてもいいですか？
Can I go check it out?
女の子はそういうの目ざといな。いいよ、見てこよ
う。Girls really have an eye for that, huh? Sure, go ahead.
はい。
Thanks. Itoha cheerfully nods and dashes off. The others follow leisurely behind. Whoa, a hippie! When they catch up to her, Hitoha's already cheering and has several accessories in hand.
これ、店員さんの手作りですか？
Did you make these yourself?
そうだよ。全部ワンオフのハンドメイドだから、世界に一つだけ。
Like totally, dude. Each one's handmade and one of a kind.
よかったら買ってって。あ、こんなのお嬢さんに似合うんじゃない？
Please buy, like, whatever vibes with you, dude. Might I recommend these? The mustached, long-haired hippie of a salesman shows off his wares. As Yagumo watches Itoha inspect each item, Magari tugs at it at his sleeve.
監督、これ似てないっすか？
Director, don't these match?
う。
ほら、倉持夫人が身につけてた。
They match what Mrs. Kuramochi was wearing. Now that she mentions it, when it finally clicks, Yagumo hastily takes out the printed picture and shows it to the salesman.
店員さん、これあんたが作ったやつじゃないか？
Sir, is this one of your wares? Huh?
ああ、きっとそうだね。半年前くらいにそういうデザインに凝ってた時期があったから、その頃のやつかな。
Yeah, man, totally. This design was my thing like half a year ago, so it's gotta be from back then.
それ、誰が買っていったか覚えてるか？
Do you remember who bought it?
いや、突然そんなこと言われても。今言った通り、半年くらい前だと思うからさ。
Sorry to be a bummer, dude, but like half a year is a long time ago. If I showed him a photo of Mrs. Kuramochi, it might jog his memory. But I can't just show him a picture of her body, so what do I do? Nothing. Go to the mansion. What, are we gonna, like, steal a portrait or something? They peek at Kuramochi's mansion from the street. The on-site investigation seems almost complete. The police tape's been taken off the entrance, and only 1 or 2 officers are coming and going.
もう入ってもいいでしょうか。
You think we can go in now?
みたいだな。倉持さんに会いに行こう。
Looks like it. Let's go see Kuramochi. When Studio Yagumo passes through the gate, some familiar faces stand in their way.
おいおいおいおい、何現場に入ってんだお前ら。
Ora, ora, ara. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you think, guys? What do you guys think you're doing, returning to the scene of the crime?
ほら、君たちそこで止まりなさい。
Stop right there.
まだいたのかよこいつら。
Ugh, these pigs are still here.
ああ、こいつらだと。
What? Who are you calling pigs?
ああ、いえいえ、刑事さんたちすね。
My bad, my bad. I meant the detectives.
だく、相変わらずカメラ持ってうろちょろしやがって。またテープ没収されたいのか？
Snooping as usual with the camera, huh? You want us to confiscate your tapes again?
待ってください。今撮ってるのは事件とは無関係の撮影だ。それを没収する権利は刑事さんにないでしょ。
Hang on. What we're filming now is unrelated to the case. You got no right to confiscate it.
事件現場であるここを撮ってたじゃねえか。
What? You're filming at the crime scene.
封鎖テープがなくなってるということは、立ち入り禁止も解除されてるんでしょ。
The police tape's gone, which means it's no longer off limits, right?
であればもう、ここの撮影を禁止できるのは持ち主である倉持さんだけのはずです。
Which means the only one with the right to prohibit filming here is the owner, Kuramochi.
そもそも、俺たちは倉持さんにガイドを頼んだ間柄だ。彼を訪ねて何か問題でもありますか？
Besides, Kuramochi's our guide. Is there a problem with us visiting him? After staring down Yagumo, Misawa realizes he's got a point and gets out of the way. Studio Yagumo ignores the fact that Misawa is still glaring at them as they head to the entrance. But then Keishino calls out to them from behind.
ちょっと待ちたまえ。
Hey.
ん？まだ何か？
Huh, still need something? Yagumo turns around dubiously, but Keishino ignores him and steps up to Itoha. Itoha freezes in place fearfully at the detective's sudden approach.
私に何か。
Can I help you?
天方ひとはさんですよね。
You're Itoha Amakato, right?
はい。
Yeah.
握手していただけますか？
Can I shake your hand? Huh?
以前グラビアで見て以来大ファンなのであります。ぜひ。
I've been a big fan since I saw your Gravure pics.
それぐらいなら。
Okay, if that's all, sure. When Itoha timidly holds out her hand, Keishino firmly grabs it with both of his.
ありがとうございます。感激であります。
Thank you. I'm moved.
これからもずっと応援しております。
This officer will keep supporting you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Itoha thanks Keishino with a professional customer service smile. Once her hand is finally free, Itoha heads to the entrance with the others.
捜査中に何考えてんだから。
The hell you think you're doing in the middle of an investigation? Studio Yagumo hears Masawa shouting and Keishino whimpering behind them. Reception. Oh, a doctor. Sitting in the reception room at Kuramochi is an unfamiliar person in a white coat.
すいません。来客中でしたか。
Sorry. You're entertaining the guest?
いや、構わんよ。ちょうど彼は帰るところだ。
Oh, don't worry about it. He was about to leave. Just as Kuramochi said, the man puts on his shoes and gets off the sofa to bid his farewell.
では、僕はこれで失礼します。
Well then, I must be going.
うん。わざわざありがとう。あかりも喜んでいるだろ
う。You too. Thank you for coming. I'm sure Akari would be happy. Without another word, the man in the white coat bows to Studio Yagumo and leaves the room.
今の方は?
Who was that?
近所で内科医をしている鳩谷くんだ。あかりとは高校時代の同級生でね。その縁もあって、わざわざ線香をあげに来てくれたんだ。
That was Hatuya, a neighborhood doctor and Akari's classmate in high school. He came here to light an incense stick.
そうでしたか。申し遅れましたが、この度は大変お気の毒なことで。
Is that so? I'm so sorry about what happened.
いや、こちらこそ君たちにも迷惑をかけてしまって、申し訳なく思っているよ。
Don't worry about it. I'm sorry you got dragged into the mess.
それに、あの時君たちが素早く対処してくれなかったら、私も芝君もガスで渋滞になってもおかしくなかった。礼を言う。
Besides, if it weren't for your quick actions, Shiba and I could have easily ended up dead too, so thank you all.
ああ、いえ。
Don't mention it. Kuramochi must be mentally and physically drained, as even his words seem powerless. Yagumo has few words to say to him in that state, so he quickly excuses himself from the room. Going in the kitchen. Hello. Shiba's in the kitchen, struggling with several trash bags.
芝さん、ゴミの片付けですか?
Shiba, are you cleaning up the trash?
ええ、昨日はゴミ捨ての日だったのに、お屋敷に入れなくて捨てられなかったもんで。
Yes, yesterday was garbage day, but I couldn't enter the mansion and toss these away.
もう、こんな暑い時期だから生ゴミだけでもちゃんと出しときたかったんですけどね。
Jeez, I wish we could have gotten rid of them all. I wish we could have gotten rid of all this raw garbage since it's hot this time of year. Due to the police blockade after the incident, the trash hasn't been taken out, it seems. Just as Shiba said, the odor of raw garbage is wafting around the kitchen. Disgusting. Talk to Shiba. Shiba grumbles as she sorts through the garbage.
はあ、本当にブルーですよ。こんな暑い盛りなのに、次に燃えるゴミ出せるのあさってだから、もう匂いがどうなっちゃうか。
What now? It's so hot and the next burnable trash day is the day after tomorrow. What do I do about the smell?
もう聞いただけでゾッとしますね。
Just hearing about it makes me shiver.
おまけに町指定の袋に移し直さないといけないし、ほんと警察の人に文句言いたいくらいです。
What's more, I had to transfer these to the city specified bags. I had to complain to the police. Anything else?
ずいぶんでかい冷蔵庫ですね。確か倉持さんは夫人と二人きりのはずなのに。
Pretty big refrigerator. I thought it was just Mr. and Mrs. Kuramochi here.
奥様が あんまり買い物行かなくて済むように買いだめできるような大型のを買ったそうですよ。
Dr. Karamochi bought a large refrigerator so his wife could stock up and reduce grocery trips.
先生の気遣いですよね。
How considerate of him, huh?
なるほど。
I see. Let's see, what kind of garbage you got?
あれ
What's that? Yagumo notices something out of place in one of the trash bags.
どうかしたんですか？
What's wrong?
いや、これ。
This. Yagumo suddenly sticks his hand in the open trash bag and rummages around.
何するんですか？
Wait, what are you doing? Yagumo ignores the shocked woman as he continues to rummage through the trash. Eventually, he pulls out a small capsule.
それは
What's that?
カプセルトイのカプセルですよね。
The capsule from a capsule toy?
だと思う。そこの方にまだいくつかあるみたいだが。芝さん、これは
I think so. Looks like there's more on the bottom. What's with these, Shiba?
わかりませんけど、何度か奥様の部屋のゴミ箱片付けるときに見たことがあります。
I don't know, but I've seen them several times when cleaning the trash can in her room.
夫人にそういう趣味があったのかな。最近のカプセルトイはよくできてるから、大人でも集める趣味の人がいるとは聞くが。
Were they a hobby of hers? I hear capsule toys are well made these days, so even adults collect them.
それっぽいものを奥様の部屋で見たことはありませんけどね。
I can't say I've seen anything like those at her room.
こういうのって中身はキャラクターのフィギュアなんかでしょ？
These things are supposed to contain miniature character figures and stuff, right?
ああ、大体はそんなもんのはずだけど。
Yeah, usually anyway, but... Yagumo recalls the side of the room where he found Mrs. Karamochi's body. There wasn't the slightest hint of such childish commodities to be found in that room.
一体なぜこんなものが。
Then why would she have these? Yagumo ponders over the capsule in his hand. Itoha peeks into his hand and timidly speaks up.
監督、ここちょっとおかしくないですか？
Director, doesn't this look kind of off? Huh?
いえ、ここの穴、何かで塞いであるように見えるんですけど。
These holes look like they're plugged up with something. Yagumo looks at the part of the capsule Itoha is pointing at. There are small air holes on the bottom of the capsule, so it's easier to open. But those holes are filled with a clear sealant. In a panic, Yagumo sticks his hand back into the trash bag.
これもだ。
This one and this one and this one too.
ひとはちゃんの言う通り、全部の空気穴が塞がれてる。これは。
You're right, Itoha. The air holes have been plugged up in all of them. As he rolls several capsules in his hands, Yagumo thinks to himself at a loss for words. Everyone around him can only look at the capsules, too baffled to come up with an answer. Anything else? If you look closely, all the trash bags are open. Judged by the wrinkled plastic at the tops, it seems they were all tied and untied.
これなんでわざわざ口開いてあるんすかね？
Why were these all opened?
あ、それもう聞いてくださいよ。
Ah, right. Listen to this.
ゴミ出しのために結んであったのを全部警察の人がほどいちゃってたんですよ。
I tied these all up to take out the trash, but the police opened them all up.
なる、捜査のためにゴミも調べたってことっすね。
I see. So they rummaged through the trash during the investigation, huh?
だったらそれはまあ仕方ないかな。
Well, the police are gonna police.
そうは言いますけど、この季節じゃ虫がたかっちゃうし、もう最悪ですよ。
Yeah, but the bugs are out in swarms this season. This is the worst. Um. I suppose that's everything. Capsules. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Garbage. Blah blah. Oops. Blah blah blah. Let's get out of here. Reception. Kuramochi's still sitting on the sofa, dumbfounded and not doing anything in particular. He's just pensively rubbing his fingertips.
すいません、倉持さん。ちょっと見ていただきたいものがあるんですが。
Sorry, Kuramochi. I want you to look at something.
なんだね。
Huh. What is it?
これなんですが。
Here. Yagumo rummages through his pockets. He pulls out the magnified image of the necklace that Mrs. Kuramochi was wearing. Huh? Kuramochi's eyebrows twitch dubiously.
こちら見覚えがありませんか?
Does this look familiar?
いや、ないな。これは妻の死に何か関わりのあるものなのかね?
No, it doesn't. Is it somehow connected to my wife's death?
ああ、かもしれないというだけです。見覚えがないなら問題ありません。
Perhaps. If it doesn't look familiar to you, that's fine. Since the image is zoomed in, it appears he hadn't recognized the pattern of his wife's kimono. Disappointed, Kuramochi returns the picture to Yagumo. His fingertips seem slightly red and inflamed. Is that why he was rubbing his fingertips when I got in the room?
倉持さん、その指先どうされました？かぶれているようですが。
Kuramochi, what happened to your fingers? They seem inflamed.
よくわからんが、先ほどから赤みが出ていてね。さっき庭先の片付けをしたとき、虫にでも刺されたかな。
Not sure why, but they've been red for a while. Maybe I got stunned by bugs cleaning the garden.
ああ、庭先の片付けを。
Oh, you were cleaning the garden.
警察の連中め。散々庭を踏み荒らしたり白い粉をまき散らした挙句、片付けもしないで帰っていきよったからな。
The cops trampled my garden and tossed white powder everywhere and left without cleaning up.
ああ、現場検証はそういうものらしいですね。
Yeah, that's what on-site investigations are like, apparently. In on-site investigations, officers search drawers and scatter aluminum fingerprinting powder, causing quite a mess. But typically, the officers do not clean up, leaving property owners to fend for themselves.
やはり気になるな。先ほど鳩谷くんが来ている時に見てもらえばよかった。
It bothers me a bit. Maybe I should have had a Toya take a look at it.
すまないが、ちょっと彼の医院に行ってくる。いいかね?
Sorry, is it okay if I go visit his clinic?
ああ、ええ、どうぞどうぞ。
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
留守中何か用があれば、芝くんが対応してくれるだろう。遠慮なく申し付けてくれたまえ。
If you need anything while I'm gone, I'm sure Shiba can help. Feel free to ask her. He leaves the room, rubbing his fingers, concerned. Crap. Forgot to ask for a picture of his wife. Who else would have a photo of his wife? We're gonna steal a picture. Or not. Wait. Talk to Shiba. Shiba's still in the kitchen, catching her breath as she struggles with the trash bags. Right, maybe Shiba has a picture she took of Mrs. Kuramochi. With that in mind, Yagumo decides to ask.
そういえば柴さん、夫人の生前の写真が必要なんだが、持ってないかな？
Say, Shiba, did you happen to take any photos of Mrs. Kuramochi when she was alive?
ああ、それなら確か去年の誕生日に奥様と一緒に撮った写真がありますよ。
Huh? Yeah, I took a picture with her last year for a birthday celebration.
お、それは助かる。それ、スマホの写真かな？
Great, that'd be a big help. Did you take it on your phone?
ええ。それじゃあそっちに転送しましょうか。
Yes, want me to send it to you?
うん。そうしてもらえるとありがたいな。
Yes, please, I'd appreciate it. After a moment, Yagumo gets the notification that the photo was sent. Smiling in the photo was Shiba and Mrs. Kuramochi posing in front of a cake.
ああ、誕生日って柴さんのだったんですか？
Oh, it was your birthday, huh?
ええ。奥様が覚えてくださってて、こうしてお祝いしてくれたんです。
Yes, she remembered my birthday and celebrated it with me.
ほんと優しくてすごくよくしてくれて。
She was...
素敵な奥様でした。
She was such a nice, wonderful wife. Shiba's eyes tear up. Yagumo turns away and looks at the photo again. I never saw her when she was alive, but she certainly was beautiful. And she does indeed seem quite nice. In the back of his mind, Yagumo recalls the agony on her face when he found her body. Why must such a gentle lady meet such a cruel end? The urge to find the truth burns within him as he puts away his phone. Yagumo doesn't know if he can call that justice, but he does know that he has to do something. Got a photo, gonna go back to the hippie man's. Help. Swano Station area is quite relaxed now, perhaps because the Hoshiai festival's over.
Tensan, この写真ちょっと見てくれるか？
Sir, can you take a look at this picture? Yagumo shows the peddler a picture of Mrs. Kuramochi on his phone. Huh?
さっきのアクセ買ったの、この人じゃないかと思うんだが。
We think that this woman's the one who bought that accessory we showed you earlier.
ああ、どうかな。
Was it?
思い出せそうだよ、思い出せないな。
Sorry, dude. I'm not really sure. As the accessory peddler pretends to ponder, Yagumo clicks his tongue and turns to the girls.
ひとはちゃん、それにマガリも。俺が出すから好きなの買っていいよ。
Hitoha, Magari, go pick out something you like. I'll pay.
本当っすか？
Really?
いいんですか？
Are you sure?
いいよいいよ、好きなの選んでくれ。
Sure, I'm sure. Pick out whatever you like.
こりゃどうも。毎度あり。
Far out. Thanks, dude. Yagumo gets right up in the smug accessory peddler's face.
おい、古臭いベタベタの手に乗ってやったんだ。これで思い出すんだろうな。
Enough with the games, pal. That jogged your memory, didn't it?
そりゃもちろん。
Yeah, of course I remember.
何しろこういう店のお客さんとしちゃまず見ない和服姿の美人だったもんでよく覚えてるよ。
I mean, a kimono beauty like her sticks out like a sore thumb as a customer here.
その写真の人に間違いないよ。買ってったのは。
So it was definitely the woman in the picture who bought the pendant.
つうか買ってもらったのはって言うべきかな。
Actually, I guess it was less her buying it and more like it was bought for her.
買ってもらった？誰かと一緒だったのか？
Bought for her. She was with someone else?
同じ年くらいの男が一緒だったね。手繋いだりしてたから、まあ、彼しか旦那さんでしょ。
Yeah, a man around her age. They held hands, so I guess he was her boyfriend or husband. Around her age, so it wasn't Kuramochi, huh? So was it Seiya Ito?
相手の男の顔はどんなやつだった？
What did the man look like?
マスクしてたからよくわかんないな。真面目そうな感じだったけど。
He was wearing a mask, so like, I don't know. He seemed pretty serious, at least.
そっか。
I see. Wish we had a way of finding out who she was with. If only I had a picture of Seiya Ito. Who am I talking to? Kanade. As soon as he looks at Kanade, inspiration flashes in Yagumo's mind.
Kanade.
Kanade.
さっき鷲原八幡宮で会った伊藤聖也の兄崎吉だったか。彼の絵押さえてるな。
Remember how we met Seiya Ito's brother, Sakyo, at Yoshiwara Hachimangu? You get his face on film?
できるだけ彼の顔が鮮明なシーンちょっと出してくれ。
Could you pull up a clear shot of him? Kanade fiddles with the video camera until he finds an appropriate scene and hands it off.
よし、店員さん、ちょっとこれ見てくれ。
Okay, sir. Could you take a look at this?
和服の女性と一緒にいた男性。この人に似てなかったか？
Did the man who was with the kimono lady look something like this man?
どうかな。だいぶ雰囲気違うような気がするけど。
I don't know, dude. He's got a pretty different vibe.
この人はその人物の双子の兄なんだ。だから髪型や雰囲気は違うだろうが、顔の作り自体はそっくりなはずなんだが。
That's his twin brother. His hair and vibe are probably different, but their faces should match.
確かに髪型隠したら目鼻立ちはこれだな。
Far out. If you hide his hair, he's got the same eyes and nose.
口元はマスクしてたからわからないけど、目元のあたりとかまんまこんな感じの人だったよ。
His mouth was covered by a mask, but the eyes were like totally match.
髪の色は染めてなかったし、雰囲気はもっとぐっと真面目そうな感じだったけどね。
Though his hair wasn't dyed and he had like a more serious vibe to him.
やっぱりそうか。
I see. So it appears that Mrs. Kuramochi and Seiya Ito did indeed have a special relationship. And Mrs. Kuramochi was wearing the accessory Seiya Ito bought her when she died, meaning... Satisfied with this newfound evidence, Yagumo shakes the peddler's hand.
ありがとう。いい情報だったよ。
Thanks. That's some helpful information.
いいって。品物買ってくれるんだから。
Like, no biggie, man. Thank you for buying.
というわけで、お嬢さん方2人分のお勘定。5800円ね。
So, with that said, the ladies' total comes out to 5,800 yen.
結構するな。領収書くれ。
That's a lot. Give me a formal receipt.
こんな露店で領収書って、無茶言わんでほしいな。
A formal receipt? Like, at an open stall? That's like crazy talk, man.
完全自腹かよ。
I gotta pay out of pocket for that too. Yagumo tearfully takes out his wallet. Incidentally, Incidentally, of the 5,800 yen total, Itoha's was 600 yen and Magare's was 5,200. Washihara Hachimagi. Tokuma and Ito are collecting material at Washihara Hachimangu. As Ito takes photos of the grounds and hall, he seems quite experienced for someone who's not a professional cameraman.
しかしまさか取材に来てこんな大事件に巻き込まれるとは思ってもいませんでしたよ。
I never thought I'd get caught in an incident like this when I came here to shoot material.
原稿は送っておいたからまあ安心ですが、連絡した時は編集部の連中もびっくりしてましたね。
I sent in the manuscript, but the editorial department was shocked when I told them.
ああ、そりゃそうでしょうね。
Yeah, I can imagine.
せっかくなんで事件も取材するとかしないんですか？
Are you gonna cover the incident too now that you're here?
いやー、うちはあくまで旅雑誌なんで取材しても載せる紙面がありませんよ。
No, we're just a travel magazine. Even if I shoot anything, there's no space for it.
そっか、そりゃそうっすね。
I see. Well, that makes sense.
しかしまさか取材に来て原稿は送った。
弟さんの亡くなった日なんですが、その日伊藤さんは。
Ito, on the day your brother died, were you...
なんだ？アリバイでも聞きたいのか？お前刑事でもなんでもねえだろ。
What, you want my alibi? You're not even a detective.
ああ、いや、単純にいつ津和野に来られたのかなと。
No, I was just wondering when you got to Swano. Ito falls silent at Yagumo's question. Noticing the tension between the two, Tokuma cuts in.
それならあの日、彼は昼から夜まで私とずっと一緒にいましたよ。それは保証します。
Liar! He was with me all afternoon and night that day. I can vouch for him.
ああ、そうだったんですか。
Is that so?
ええ、あの日、二人で昼に津和野に到着しましてね。それから夕方6時くらいまでかな。ずっと一緒に太鼓谷稲荷にいたんですよ。
Yes, us two arrived in Swano that afternoon, and from then until about 6 p.m. we were at Taiko Dani Inari Shrine.
そこの宮司さんにインタビュー取材させてもらうことになってたもんで。
We were interviewing the chief priest.
ずいぶん詳しく覚えてらっしゃるんですね。
You got a pretty detailed memory.
私たちも参考人として警察の事情聴取受けましたからね。その時何度もそれを説明したから覚えてるんですよ。
Well, we were interviewed by police too. I remember since I had to explain over and over.
なるほど。
I see. Ito aside, I don't think Tokuma's lying. Or is he? I guess they both got perfect alibis just like Kuramochi. In the evening, Studio Yagumo heads to the inn as the streets of Swano are dyed orange. Yagumo suddenly stops in his tracks up front. Huh?
どうかしたんですか？
What's wrong?
いや、謎が解けた気がする。
I just think I solved the mystery.
え？
Huh?
そうだ、池だ。あの池が重要なんだ。
Yes, that's it. The pond. The pond's the key.
池って倉持さんとこのっすかね？
The pond? You mean at Kuramochi's place?
そうだ。今から倉持さんの邸宅に行くぞ。実験をしないと。
Exactly. Let's go to Kuramochi's mansion. We gotta experiment.
実験ってなんすか？意味わかんないっすけど。
Whoa, wait, experiment? What do you mean?
やればわかる。ともかくマーガリとひとあちゃんにも手伝ってもらうぞ。まずは。
You'll see when we get there. Magari, Itoha, I need your help. First. Yagumo leans in and whispers the plan. Eventually, everyone nods and they head over to Kuramochi's mansion. Kuramochi.
Nanda, またお前たちか。いつまでもうろちょろしやがって。
You guys again. You got anything better to do than just loiter?
まったく用がないんならとっとと立ち去りなさい。
Jeez, if you got no business here, then leave.
いや、用はあるんですよ。ただし。
We do have business, but not in the mansion.
この庭の池にですが。
In the garden's pond. Huh? Misawa raises his eyebrows dubiously. Yagumo simply grins before continuing.
三沢さん、あなた方警察もこの数日、きっちり捜査をしてきたはずだ。
Misawa, your officers have been diligently investigating these past few days, right?
こちらの夫人の死と伊藤誠也なる人物の自殺、何か関係があると予想しているんでしょう？
Mrs. Kuramochi's death and Seiya Ito's suicide are suspected to have some sort of connection, right? Misawa doesn't confirm Yagumo's question, but the lack of a denial is enough of a reaction to tell Yagumo that he's right.
で、池に用があるってのはどういうことだ？何か重要な証拠物件でも沈んでるってのか？
So, what do you need with the pond? Some sort of key evidence sink? Did some sort of key evidence sink?
いや、沈んでるんじゃなくて、浮いてくるんですよ。
No, it didn't sink. It floated.
あ
あ？ Huh?
浮いてくる？
Floated?
そうです。ほら、ちょうど実験の準備ができたようだ。
Yep. In fact, it looks like they've just finished preparing for the experiment. Yagumo points towards the gate. They look to see Magari and Hitoha approaching.
Max 監督、今終わったとこです。
Director Max, we're just about finished.
指定の場所にバッチリ流してきたっすよ。
We set it floating at the designated spot.
よし。それほど時間はかからないはずだ。池で確認してみよ
う。Good. It shouldn't take much time now. Let's go check the pond.
はい。
Okay.
おーす。
Sure thing. They move to the pond and stare at the surface. The two confused detectives follow behind. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Nothing in particular changes except maybe a carp surfacing and sinking. The moonlit garden is quiet, save for the occasional croaking of frogs.
おい、何も。
Hey, nothing's... Misawa turns around to Yagumo and starts talking, but then... Suddenly, the pond starts rippling and all the carp start stirring. What?
何ですかね、これ。
What is that? Keishino points where all the carp are gathering. On closer inspection, there's a floating capsule. The carp swarm it, perhaps mistaking it for food.
やはり。それ、拾ってみてください。
I knew it. Go try picking that up. Misawa looks like he wants to say something, but he reaches for the floating capsule instead.
中に何か紙片が入ってますね。
Is that a sheet of paper inside? After shaking the water off the capsule, Misawa opens it and takes out the paper. He slowly unfolds it and... Made you look, dumbass!
ふざけてんのか?
Are you screwing with us?
いや、それは...
This is why you don't put Magari in charge of anything. No, Yagumo turns around and glares at Magari, who's sticking out her tongue before he continues.
何が書かれていたかはともかくですね。これで実験は成功です。
The content of the note aside, the experiment was a success.
はあ?
What?
どういうことなんだ?
What do you mean?
ツワノでは 湧き水を水路から引いて池を作っている家も多い。代表的なのが恋の米屋として有名な吉永米店です。
Many private ponds in Swano draw spring water via aqueduct like the famous Yoshinaga rice store.
この池も同様で、外の水路のある特定の場所から流すことによって、こうして確実にカプセルを庭の池へと届けることができるんです。
Thus, you can reliably deliver capsules to this pond via aqueduct from a certain point outside.
そして、
So,
このカプセルや紙片、これと似たものをお二人も回収された証拠物品として見ているのでは？
have you retrieved anything like these capsules and papers from the two victims as evidence?
現場に落ちていた。
At the scene of the crime.
そう。夫人の足元に落ちていた手紙、そして彼女の部屋のゴミとしてあったカプセルです。
Yes, there was a note by Mrs. Kuramochi's feet and capsules in the trash.
彼女は非常に束縛の強い倉持さんによってスマホの所有を禁じられ、外出も制限されていた。
Her overbearing husband confiscated her phone and banned her from going outside.
そんな彼女と密かに連絡を取り合う方法として、こういう手段が取られていたわけです。
This is the method they came up with to communicate in secret.
この池に流れ着いたカプセルは、こちらの排水路に設置された金属柵に引っかかり回収される。
Capsules floating to the pond get caught by the metal grating here, where they can be collected.
返事は反対側の金属柵を外して流すことで、外の水路で受け取れるというわけです。
Similarly, responses can be sent by removing the grating and allowing flow to the outside.
倉持さんは恋に興味がなく、もっぱら世話は夫人がしていたということですから、気づかれる心配もなかったということでしょう。
Since Kuramochi has no interest in the carp and lets his wife do all the work tending to it, she probably had no worries of getting caught.
なるほど。
I see.
なんでお前らがそんなことまで知ってるのか、いろいろと文句を言いたいところはあるが。
I've got several questions about how you know all of that, but
ともかく、お前の言うことに間違いはなさそうだな。
I can't find any holes in your theory.
監督、それじゃあこうして手紙をやり取りしていた相手というのはやっぱり。
Director, so the person she was exchanging letters with had to have been
伊藤誠也氏しかいないだろうな。
Seiya Ito. There's nobody else it can be.
三沢さん、夫人と伊藤さんの死亡推定時刻、ほぼ同じだったのでしょ？
Misawa, Mrs. Kuramochi and Ito's estimated times of death were around the same time, right? Misawa hesitates before he scratches his head and answers.
まあ、一つ謎を解いてもらったんだ。これが教えてやってもいいか。
Well, he helped us solve one mystery, so I guess I might as well tell you that much.
どちらも午後4時から6時までの間。お前の言う通り、ほぼ同じ時刻と推定されてるよ。
You're right, they both died around the same time, around 4 to 6 p.m. I wouldn't call that around the same time, but okay. Like, anything can happen in those 2 hours.
捜査本部でもおおむね示し合わせての心中。まあ場所が離れてるからそう言っていいものかわからんが、そういうことだろうと見解がまとまってたとこだ。
Investigations thinks it was a prearranged lover suicide. Not sure it counts since they were in different places, but that's the main theory.
お前のおかげで一応その確証が取れたってわけだな。
Thanks to you, we've got evidence backing it up.
心中、やはりそういうことでしょうね。
A lover suicide, huh? I suppose that's right. All present fall silent. What breaks the silence is the voice of a man appearing from behind them.
そうか。そういうことか。
I see. So that's what it was.
倉持さん。
Kuramochi. When did he get there? He had likely been listening in on the discussion for quite some time. Kuramochi walks unsteadily towards Yagumo.
今にして思えばあかりが星愛妻の日に死んだ理由がわかるというものだ。
Yagumo, have I told you the significance of the song of the Heron's Dance?
倉持さん。
Kuramochi.
星愛妻は七夕。つまり大陸の剣牛伝説である彦星と織姫の祭りだ。
It's the legend of Kangyu. That is the story of Hikoboshi and Orihime, or Altair and Vega.
離れ離れになった二人に仰せをさせるため、年に一度天の川へと橋がかかる。
In order for the separated lovers to meet, the herons use their wings to form a bridge across the Heavenly River, or the Milky Way.
離れ離れの二人、それがあかりと伊藤聖也のやつだったと。
So the separated lovers were Akari and Seiya.
星愛妻の日に示し合わせて二人で死ぬとは、よくもそこまで当てつけてくれたものじゃないか。
They chose to die during the Hoshiai festival with such a cruel attention to detail, but I
私だってあかりを大事にしてきたのに。
I treasured Akari too, you know.
なぜあんな男と。
So why did she and that man have to? Oh no, heart attack. At the pond side, Kuramochi falls to his knees and cries out loud, forgetting everyone else. His lamenting figure was reflected upon the now still waters of the pond in the moonlight. And somehow a nostalgic sound can be faintly heard in a dream. Yagumo sits up as if pulled up by the sound and looks around the room in a daze. He's in a clean Japanese-style room, completely unlike his normal room. Where am I? Right, we're staying at an inn in Suwano. After solving the litter mystery last night, they showed Kuramochi around and then fell asleep.
頭重いな、くそ。
My head feels so heavy. Yagumo scratches his head and looks out the window, half asleep. He can still faintly hear the music from earlier. Is that? When he realizes what the music is, Yagumo takes off his yukata and picks up his clothes. Da 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 dee 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 da 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 da. Stretch, stretch, bend, bend. Yagumo heads outside once he's changed. At the entrance, he sees Itoha moving her body to radio calisthenics, playing on her phone. Good morning, Director. Itoha greets Yagumo without missing a beat. Her well-proportioned figure shines as it moves in the morning sun. Oh, so is Itoha, huh? But to suddenly do radio calisthenics now? What an odd child. Unaware of Yagumo's inner thoughts, Hitoha keeps on exercising. The sight of her moving makes Yagumo want to move his body too. I'm sure it does. Okay. Yagumo gets next to Hitoha and starts exercising with her. While Hitoha's moving easily, Yagumo's in pain due to his lack of exercise. Crack, crack, pop. My joints are crying. As Yagumo's face twists in pain from his joints, Hitoha speaks up while continuing to exercise.
気になることがあるんですけど。
There's something that's been bugging me.
気になることって
What's that?
星愛祭の時間のことです。
The time of the Hoshi-Ai Festival.
星愛祭がどうかしたの
What about it?
刑事さんの言ってたことと違ってるって。
What the detective said doesn't line up.
No.
Huh? Yagumo suddenly stops moving and looks at Hitoha. Hitoha stops too and looks back at him.
昨日刑事さんが死亡推定時刻言ってましたよね。
Yesterday, the detective told us the estimated time of death, right?
ああ、午後4時から6時の間だったかな。
Yeah, sometime between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m., right?
それなんか変じゃないですか？
Isn't that odd? I'm glad someone agrees with me. Like, say if that was the time span. So, I don't know. Let's say Mrs. Kuramochi sent her letter, whatever, out toward Ito. And then she's like, I'm gonna kill myself at like 4 p.m. And then it slowly takes time for this little capsule to get to wherever Ito is. He's like, oh, it's currently 6 p.m. and I'm gonna kill myself right now. It's like, it's just, it's the time span. It's not the same time.
どういうこと
What do you mean?
手紙にあったのは星愛祭の八坂に奉納される時にという文面でした。
When Hoshi-Ai is dedicated to Yasaka was written on the scrap of paper.
八坂神社に星愛祭の舞が奉納されるのは午後3時頃。全然時間が違いますよね。
Yasaka Shrine's Hoshi-Ai dedication was at 3 p.m., so the times don't match at all.
No.
What?
確かにそうだ。時間が合ってない。
You're right. The times don't match at all.
はい。何らかの理由で予定を変更したとしても変なんです。
Right. Even if the plans changed for some reason, something's still off.
あんな手紙で密かにやり取りしていた二人がどうやってその変更を示し合わせたんでしょう。
How could they change plans that suddenly when they've been exchanging letters in secret?
そうだ。手紙と死亡した時間が違っている。なのに二人同時刻にどうやって自殺した
Yeah, the times of death don't match the letter, so how do they match each other?
ひとあちゃん、まだ事件は解決してない。そういうことか。
Hitoha, the case hasn't been solved yet, has it?
そんな気がします。
I don't think so. In the early morning sun, they silently exchange looks, feeling chills even though it's summer. Meanwhile, the awfully cheerful radio announcer continues the exercises on Hitoha's phone.
マジっすか？まだ事件が解決 決してないって。
Seriously? The case hasn't been solved yet? Magari exclaims in exasperation. After his discussion with Hitoha, Yagumo calls for a meeting in the inn room.
まあ、というわけでだ。もう少しここで調査を続けるぞ。
Well, that said, we'll keep investigating here for a little bit longer.
すまないが、皆も協力を頼む。
Sorry, but I asked for your cooperation.
はあ、もうここまで来たら止めませんけどね。自分も真相知りたいし。
Well, no point stopping now. I want to know the truth too.
ただ監督、予定よりさらに滞在日数増えて、顎足代の方は大丈夫っすか？給料遅配とか勘弁っすよ。
But, Director, what about room and board expenses? You're not gonna withhold wages, are you?
大丈夫だ。なんとかする。
It's okay. I'll manage. You should deduct pay from Magari. She bought a whole bunch of nonsense the other day.
なんとかなりそうな顔色じゃないのが不安っすけどね。
You can't even manage a straight face, which is a little concerning, but okay. Bum.
まあでもちょうどよかったっす。自分もちょっと気になるものを見つけたんで。
Well, perfect, I guess. I found something a little interesting myself.
気になるもの
Interesting?
それ、何か手がかりになりそうなことですか？
Is it a clue of some sort?
手がかりどころか、真犯人そのものの可能性もあるっすよ。
Not just a clue, it could be the real culprit.
昨晩、今までのシナハン映像を奏さんと確認してたら、バッチリ映ってるのめっけたんです。
Last night, I checked all of Kanade's footage from a location scouting and found it loud and clear.
何
What was it?
すごい！アイネさん、それって一体
Way to go, Aine! What could it be?
それは
It's
ごく
り UFO っす。
a UFO! UFO!
あれ、反応ないっすね。
No reaction.
ほん。マガリ、もう一遍言ってみろ。
Marguerite, can you say that one more time?
だから UFO っす。 UFO が映像に映ってたんです。
Like I said, a UFO! There's a UFO on camera!
はあ UFO?
What? A UFO?
なんすかそのバカにしきった言い方は。
What? Why are you mocking me?
お前な、こんな大変な事件の真犯人が UFO でしたとか言ってみろ。あの刑事たちにはったおされるぞ。
Oh, come on. Try telling the detectives that the real culprit is a UFO. They'd beat you up.
いやでもマジなんすよ。バッチリ飛んでる姿が映ってて。
No, I'm serious. It's flying clear as day.
ほう。で、その UFO とやらはどんな形してるんだ？葉巻型か？アダムスキー型か？
Oh, and what shape is this UFO? A cigar? Adamski flying saucer?
レンデンシャムの森事件のように高級とか、あるいはエールフランス3532便事件のように形が変化するとかか？
A Rendlesham forest orb of light? Or maybe a shapeshifter like the Air France 3532 incident?
やたら詳しいな、おい。
Whoa, you really know your stuff.
つか、そういうんじゃなくて、ちっちゃい黒点みたいなのっすよ。遠すぎて拡大してもよく形がわかんなかったっす。
Anyway, no, it's too far away to tell its shape, even if you zoom in on it.
ああ、はいはい。だったらハムシか鳥だろう。よくあることだ。
Oh, sure. Then it's a bug or a bird. Happens a lot.
いや、見たらわかるっすよ。そういう飛び方じゃないっすもん。
No, just look and you'll see. It doesn't fly like either of those.
わかったわかった。んじゃ、後で見せてもらうよ。
Okay, okay. Show me later then.
全然信用してね
You don't want to believe it all.
監督、後でいいっすから、絶対映像見といてくださいよ。マジで UFO だってわかりますから。
Director, you can look later, but be sure to look. I swear you'll realize it's a UFO.
そりゃいいけど、お前、そんなに UFO ビリーバーだったっけ？
Fine, but have you always been such a UFO believer?
別にビリーバーじゃねえですってば。本当に UFO だからそう言ってるんです。
I'm not a believer or anything, but I call it as I see it, and I saw a UFO.
ああ、はいはい。
Okay, sure, sure.
やっぱ信用してね。
You don't believe me after all. Same thing.
監督。
Nope. Yep. I meant to say. Dang it.
しかし、ひとはちゃん、手紙にあった時刻と死亡推定時刻の矛盾、よく気づいたな。
Anyway, Itoha, good job noticing the discrepancy between the time on the note and times of death.
そういうところ、ミステリー女優に向いてるんじゃないか？
You might just be a natural as a mystery actress.
だったら嬉しいですけど、たまたまですよ。私、体を動かすと頭が回っていろいろひらめいたりするんです。
Thanks, but it was just a coincidence. When I did my exercises, I had a sudden epiphany.
おー、ラジオ体操してた時ってことか。
Oh, when you did your radio calisthenics, huh? As he nods in agreement, Yagumo suddenly gets an idea in the back of his mind. A detective who gets epiphanies while exercising. That would be a perfect TV role for her. Okay. Nah, that's gonna give the wrong impression no matter how you slice it.
どうかしたんですか？
Is something wrong?
なあ、なんでもない、なんでもない。
No, it's nothing, nothing at all.
ひとはちゃんがラジオ体操の習慣があるとは知らなかったよ。やっぱり女優としての基礎体力作りで？
I didn't know you did radio calisthenics, Hitoha. Is that for basic strength training as an actress?
いえ、別に習慣じゃないですよ。今日はたまたまラジオ体操したい気分になっただけです。
Huh? Oh no, it's not training or anything. I just felt like doing radio calisthenics today.
ああ、そうなのか。たまたまね。
Oh, you just felt like doing it, huh? I see.
はい、たまたまです。
Yes, I just felt like it. She's quite an odd one, isn't she?
かなで。
Kanade.
クイズです。中華料理の高級食材といえば熊の手、フカヒレ、そしてツバメの
Quiz time. Chinese delicacies include bear paws, shark fins, swallow nests, and the brains of sheep. Monkeys.
正解。さすがはかなでだな。
Correct. Way to go, Kanade.
監督、かなでさんで遊ばないでくださいよ。
Director, stop messing with Kanade. After their discussion, they grab their things and get up.
んじゃ、今日も頑張って調査に回るか。
Okay, time for another day of investigation.
まずはどこに行くんすか？
Where do we go first?
今まで倉持夫人の方ばかり調べてきたからな。伊藤誠也氏の方も当たってみたい。
We've only been investigating Mrs. Kuramochi, so let's look into Seiya Ito's side of the story.
それじゃあ、伊藤さんのお宅からですね。
Okay, so we start with Ito's house, huh?
ああ。
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. They head down back streets to Saya Ito's house, only for an angry voice to shatter the silence.
うるせえ！いつまで俺にまとわりついてきやがるんだ！
Shut up! How long do you plan on tailing me?
ちょっと落ち着いてください、伊藤さん。
Hey, please calm down, Ito.
いい加減にしろって言ってるんだよ！何回同じ話をすりゃ気が済むんだ！
I said leave me alone. How many times do I gotta repeat myself?
まあまあそう怒鳴らんで、こっちもね、弟さんの件についてしっかり捜査したいだけなんですわ。
Now, no need to shout. We're investigating your brother's case as thoroughly as we can.
何か思い出したことでもあれば教えていただけませんかね。
So if you remember anything, please tell us.
もう何もねえよ！大体離れて暮らしてる兄弟のことなんてそう詳しく知ってるはずがねえだろ！
There's nothing for me to tell you. How the hell am I supposed to know about my estranged brother? It seems the detectives are holding another interrogation. Despite the interrogation, the detectives make no progress with Sakio Ito, who only scowls, and so they leave with a bow.
あの刑事2人、まだここに留まってたんだな。
Those two detectives are still here.
つか、まだ捜査を続けてるみたいっすね。
And it looks like they're still investigating.
私たちと同様に昨晩の手紙の件だけでは納得いかない何かがあるんでしょうか。
Maybe they're not quite satisfied with the letters in the same way that we aren't.
そうかもしれないな。だとすると、事件が2人の心中で片付けられない情報を握ってるのかもしれない。
Maybe, which means they may be holding on to some info that doesn't fit with the lover's suicide.
それ刑事さんから教えてもらえるといいですけどね。
Hopefully we can get the detectives to tell us what that info is. Tiny box help. Yagumo calls out to Ito, who stands by the house, glaring the way the detectives left.
どうも、伊藤さん。
Hello, Ito.
ああ、あんたらか。何の用だ？
Huh, you guys, what do you need?
ああ、いえ、こうしてご縁があったんですから、弟さんに手を合わせるだけでもさせていただこうと思って。
We thought we'd pay respects to your younger brother.
大した縁でもなし。いらねえよ、そんなもん。
Not like you even knew him. I don't need your sympathy.
それに弟はうちわだけの家族葬にするんだ。部外者は遠慮してもらってる。
Besides, his funeral's for close relatives only. Please respect our privacy.
ああ、そうですか。
I see.
確かに慌ただしいとこお邪魔してしまったみたいで、すみません。なんか刑事も来てたみたいで。
I'm sorry for disturbing you when you're busy. It looks like the detectives were here too. Sakio Ito's eye twitches at Yagumo's words before he makes an irritated response.
またお前ら盗み聞きしてたのか。
You guys were spying on me again?
すみませんね。どうもそういう巡り合わせのようで。
Sorry. Seems we all keep bumping into each other.
まあいいけどな。あの刑事ども、まるで俺のことを犯人みたいに扱いやがって。
Those bastards treat me like I'm a suspect.
弟に自殺された人間がなんでそんな扱いされるのか聞かせてほしいもんだ。
I wish they'd tell me why they treat someone whose brother just committed suicide like that.
まあ事情聴取は何度もあるのが普通ですから、あまり気にしなくていいと思いますよ。
Well, having multiple police interviews is normal. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
それでも不愉快なことには変わりねえよ。
That doesn't make me feel any better.
ああ、お気持ちはごもっともですね。
Yeah, that's totally understandable. Yagumo responds gently to Ito's open frustration with the detectives. Act sympathetic and convince others to talk. Since Magari's seen Yagumo in action many times, only she has caught on to his tricks.
そうだ。鳩屋さんはこちらに来られましたか？
Oh yeah, has Hatoya come by?
あ？鳩屋？
Huh? Hatoya?
ねえ、昨日倉持さんのお宅でお会いしたんですが、こちらで開業医をされている方で、倉持あかりさんの高校時代の同級生だったとか。
Yes, the local doctor. We met him at Kuramochi's. He was apparently Akari's high school classmate.
ということは、あなたや聖夜さんとも同級生のはずですから、こちらにも手を合わせに来られたんじゃないですか？
So he was yours and Seiya's classmate too. Has he come here to pay respects?
ああ、あの鳩屋か。当時はみんなからポッポって言われてたっけ？
Oh, that Hatoya. We used to call him Cuckoo.
こっちには来てねえな。俺がいない時に来てたのかもしれねえが。
He hasn't been here. Not that I know, at least. We may have just missed him.
ああ、まだお会いになってないんですね。
Oh, so you haven't seen him yet.
ま、あいつはあかりに惚れてたからな。そういう理由もあってあちらには手を合わせに行ったんだろ。
Well, he was in love with Akari. That might be why he paid his respects there. Synesthesia. Hatoya liked Akari.
惚れてたというのは最近の話ですか？
He was in love with her, as in recently?
まさか高校時代の話だ。まああかりはクラスでも目立つ美形だったからそんなやついくらでもいたけどな。
Hell no, back in high school. But to be fair, Akari was a real beauty, so lots of guys liked her.
ああ、なるほど。
I see.
もっともそういう相手はいつまで経っても気になるもんだ。他人のもんになった今でも惚れてたかもしれねえぜ。
It'd be hard to get someone like her out of your mind. Maybe he still liked her after she got married.
ああ。
Oh. I could see that happening. Crushes you never had the chance to date can haunt you. So true. Yoshinaga race. Yagumo speaks at a distance from Ito's house, where he already knows Sakio can't hear.
さっきの話どう思う？
What'd you think of that conversation?
さっきのって刑事に疑われてるってやつですか？
Which one? The part about detectives suspecting him?
ああ。
Yeah.
もっとも一般的な捜査でしかなくても。
I bet a lot of people would get paranoid if they were interrogated over and over, so he might just be overthinking things.
何度も事情聴取に来られると自分が疑われてるんじゃないかと疑心暗鬼になる人はいるだろうから、彼の思い過ごしということもあり得るけどな。
When repeatedly interviewed by police, some people may think they're the ones being suspected, so he may just be jumping at shadows.
どうすかね。顔のそっくりな双子ってミステリーじゃ入れ替わりトリックなんかで同じミスからね。
I don't know. They're twins that look exactly alike, and twin swap tricks are a common mystery trope.
そのあたりで警察も何か疑ってるのかも。
So the police might suspect him because of that.
確かにそういうのよく見ますね。
True, you do see that a lot.
うん。例えば死んだのは実は兄の方で弟のせいやさんが犯人とか。
Yeah, like maybe the one who died was actually the older brother and Seiya's the killer.
そういうのはだいたい頭部が切断されたりしてるもんだ。今回はただの首吊り自殺だから歯型の紹介とかでわかるだろ
Normally, the victim's decapitated in that case. With a simple hanging like this case, the dental records would give it away. Is it possible for, like, twins to have the exact same teeth? It is possible, right?
ああ、まあそうっすね。
Oh, I guess you got a point.
それじゃあ入れ替わったふりして実は入れ替わってなくて死んだのはやっぱり弟のせいやさんとか。
So maybe they faked a switch, and so it was actually the younger Seiya who died after all.
そのまんまだよ、ひとはちゃん。
That's not even a twist anymore, Hitoa.
あ、そっか。
Oh, right. Okay, forget about the radio kinesthetics. This girl's a real airhead. Over their 3 days together, Yagumo's mental image of Itoha has been slowly overwritten. As Yagumo ponders, Itoha suddenly claps her hands and speaks up.
あ、実は倉持夫人と不倫をしていたのは兄の咲代さんの方だったとか。
Oh, what if Mrs. Karamochi was actually cheating with the older brother Sakio?
お
How?
夫人が好意を抱いたのはせいやさんの方だったんですけど、こっそり入れ替わった咲代さんが弟さんのふりをして付き合ってしまっていたとかどうでしょう。
What if she actually liked Seiya, but Sakio switched places and pretended to be his younger brother so he could go out with her?
夫人は弟さんと思い込んで付き合っていたんですけど、ある日入れ替わっていたことに気づいてしまって、それを責められた咲代さんに。
She thought she was going out with the younger one, but one day she noticed the switch, and to get her revenge on Sakio.
うわ、何それ、怖っ。
What the heck? That's a scary thought.
ひとはちゃんの想像怖すぎなんですけど。
Itoha, your theory's way too scary.
ただの想像ですけどね。
It's just a theory.
想像つうかほぼサイコホラーだよ。
Whoops, I accidentally hit a button. Help us.
想像つうかほぼサイコホラーだよ。
It's almost a psychological horror plot.
確かに怖い想像だが、もしそれがあり得たとしたら、この事件の人間関係ががぜん複雑になる。
It's a scary theory, but if it's possible, it suddenly complicates this case's relationships.
そのあたり、どこかで確認しておきたいところだな。
There's something I want to check in that regard. Yoshinagara-isu. Oh right, Ito's house is behind here, isn't it? Maybe the owner can tell me something about Seiya Ito. With that thought in mind, Yagumo turns to the owner.
亡くなった伊藤聖也さんとは親しくされていましたか？
Excuse me, were you close to the late Seiya Ito?
私ですか？私はそれほど。そもそも彼はあまり人付き合い用する方ではなかったみたいで。
Me? Not really. He wasn't exactly sociable. Oh.
彼のことを知りたいんだったら、並びの文房屋さんとこお尋ねしたらどうです？よくそちらにお香を買いに行かれてたみたいですから。
If you want to know more about him, why don't you try asking at Fundoya? He often bought incense there, apparently.
文房屋さん？
Fundoya?
あ、それって文房屋七右衛門さんってとこですよね。
Oh, you mean Fundara Shichiemon Mercantile House?
そうです、そうです。そちらです。
Yes, exactly. That's the place.
マガリ、知ってるのか？
You know about the place, Magari?
そこも津和野の観光名所になってるんすよ。品販用にピックアップしてあったんすけど、事件のバタバタですっかり忘れてました。
It's a Swano tourist attraction. I put it on the list for location scouting, but forgot about it due to the whole mess.
そっか。ならちょうどいい。 そのお店にもお邪魔してみよ
う。I see. Perfect. Let's go visit that shop then.
了解っす。一応アポ入れときますね。
Roger. I'll go make an appointment. Magari immediately makes a call as they leave Yoshinaga Rice Store. Whoa.
いいお家っすね。
What a nice house! As Studio Yagumo arrives for their appointment, a well-mannered couple greets them. Once inside the tatami room, the visitors stare in wonder at the historic atmosphere.
この家は嘉永6年に建てられたもので、それ以来大事に暮らしてきたもんなんですよ。
This house was built in Kaie 6, 1853. Its residents have taken good care of it since.
古民家で農家のものはよく見受けられますけど、こういう商家のものは珍しいですね。
You often see old houses used for farms, but it's rare to see one as a mercantile house.
そうですね。おかげさまで登録有形文化財にも指定していただいております。
True, and as a result, we've been designated as a tangible cultural property.
そんなすごいとこ、こんな入っちゃっていいんすかね。
That's amazing. Is it okay for us to be here?
煎茶体験でこちらのお庭を眺めながら楽しんでいただいたりもしておりますから、遠慮なさることはありませんよ。
Please don't worry. In fact, we offer guest tea ceremonies with a garden view here.
煎茶体験っすか。
Tea ceremonies?
ええ、もともと江戸時代、津和野藩の時代から茶の栽培を奨励してましたから、煎茶文化がとても発展していたんです。
Indeed, tea culture is quite developed here since Swano promoted tea in the Edo period.
はあ、なんか歴史がありすぎて時代感覚がおかしくなりそうっす。
This place seems so historic. I'm losing my sense of time.
本当だね。
I know, right?
面白いものをお見せしましょうか。
Care to see something interesting? The husband pulls out an account book from a chest with hell record written on the cover. Okay. It's an old artifact, the likes of which Yagumo had only seen in period dramas and Edo artwork.
地獄町ってなんだか怖い名前ですね。
Hell record? That's kind of a scary name.
これは昔の借金の貸付帳でしてね。そりゃ借りた方からしたら怖い代物だったでしょう。
It's an old record of loan debts, so it certainly was scary to the borrowers. And with that, he flips through the account book. As Yagumo looks on in great curiosity, he notices some familiar words.
ここ、倉持と読めるようですが。
Does that say Kuramochi?
ああ、あちらのお宅は江戸時代は辺りの大地主だったそうですからね。きっと商売上で何か取引があったんでしょう。
Yes, they owned lots of land in the Edo period, so they must have had some business transaction.
はは。昔はそれほどの大地主だったんですか。
Huh. So they were that influential back then?
それに昭和に入っても先々代の頃までは裏手の山林までぐるっと倉持さんの持ち物でした。
Yes, even 2 generations ago in the Showa era, they owned the mountain forest behind their house.
先々代の頃までということは、今は
2 generations ago. So what about now?
まあ、どうでしょうかね。
Well, I don't know. The owner gives a vague answer. He probably doesn't want to divulge someone else's financial status, so Yagumo doesn't press him.
ご主人にちょっとお伺いしたいことがあるのですが。
Excuse me, there's something I'd like to ask.
はあ、なんでしょう。
Oh, what is it?
実は先日亡くなった伊藤聖也さんのことなんです。
It's about the recently departed Seiya Ito.
あ
あ。Oh. He was a suicide victim in a small town. It's only natural the whole town would know. When his name comes up, pity fills the couple's faces.
本当にね。お若いのにお気の毒に。
The poor lad, he was so young.
あの方、よくうちにお香を買いに来てくださってました。真面目で礼儀正しい方でしたよ。
He would often purchase incense from us. Quite a serious fellow, that one.
お香を
Incense?
ええ、あの方、ひどい喘息もあって、寝つけない時が多いから、安眠効果のあるお香があるといいって。
Yes, severe. My voice. Sorry, one second. Yes. God. Severe asthma gave him many sleepless nights, so he used sleep-enhancing incense. Seiya bought sleep incense for his severe asthma.
喘息。そんなにひどかったんですか？
Asthma? Was it that bad?
発作の出ている時なんて、こちらが気の毒になるほど苦しそうでしてね。
Yes, he would have attacks so bad it was painful to watch.
なるほど。
I see. The accessory peddler did say the man thought to be Seiya Ito wore a mask. Was it for asthma? Or was it to conceal his face and hide a switcheroo? Or maybe both. Swano Station. Director, do we have business here?
いや、例の入れ替わり説、確認したくてな。アクセアにもう一度話を聞いてみようと思ったんだ。
Well, I wanted to double check that switcheroo theory, so I thought I'd ask the accessory guy.
入れ替わり説って、私が言った夫人と付き合ってたのは実は伊藤咲夫さんっていうのですか？
Switcheroo theory? You mean how I said it could have been Sakio Ito who went out with Mrs. Kuramochi?
自分で言っておいてなんですけど、お話としては面白くても、あまり現実味があるとは思えないですけど。
I know I said it, but it's just a fun theory. I don't think it's actually right.
ま、すべては可能性さ。それを一つ一つ蓋然性へ、そして確定的事実へと変えていけば、おのずと真実は明らかになるってわけだ。
Everything's possible. Narrow down possibilities and eventually you'll reveal the truth. Da, 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 da.
No.
Hello? Huh?
店員さん、ちょっと見ない間にすっかり女性みたいになっちゃって。
You take your eyes off him for a second and he started to look real feminine.
いや、完全に女性だろ。先日の彼とは別の人じゃねえか。
No, that woman's just a different person from the guy the other day. As they talk to each other in front of the stall, the shopkeeper cheerfully calls out to them.
何の話をしてんの？
Why do you have like a bratty voice? What's up? What you talking about?
あ、いや、先日ここでアクセサリー買ったんですけど、その時の店員さんに会いたくて。
We bought accessories the other day and wanted to see the shopkeeper who was here.
ああ、彼なら
ら今ちょっと昼食に出てるわよ。昼休憩終わったら戻ってくると思うけど。
Oh, him? He went out for lunch. He'll probably be back once he's done with his lunch break.
なんか用だったの？返品とかクレーム？だったら勘弁だけど。
What'd you need him for? If it's returns or complaints, please refrain.
いやいや、単に知りたいことがあって、いろいろ話を聞きたかったんですよ。
No, there's just something we wanted to ask him about.
あ、そう。なら後でまた来るといいよ。私からも来客あったって言っとくから。
Oh, I see. In that case, just come back later. I'll tell him you were looking for him.
なあ、そうします。
Yeah, will do. Where? Tokuma's at Yasaka Shrine. He's slowly moving around the main building, perhaps shooting footage with his camera.
時間さん、今日はカメラマン役ですか？
Doing cameraman work today, Tokima?
ほら、一緒に来てたライターの伊藤君がちょっとね、弟さんの事後処理もしなきゃだから。
Yeah, well, Ito's my writer, and he's busy dealing with his brother's death.
一応今日は私がカメラマン代わりってわけです。
So I'm doing the cameraman work for now.
普段は伊藤さんが？
Oh, does Ito normally do it?
彼はなかなかそっちの腕も良くてね。ほら。
Yeah, he's more skilled than I am. Look. Tokuma rummages through his shoulder bag. Eventually, he pulls out a magazine.
これ、先月号の記事なんですけどね。ほら。
Here's an article from last month's issue. He opens up to a certain page and shows it to Studio YAGUMO.
ライター名のところに伊藤咲代さんの名前があるっすね。
The writer credit does indeed say Sakio Ito.
これ先月取り上げたキビ裏伝説巡りの記事なんだけど、ここの記事と写真、全部彼の手によるものなんですよ。
Right, he did all the writing and photography for the article Live the Legend of Ura in Kibi.
この木の城の写真なんかダイナミックな構図でよく撮れてるでしょ。
This photo of Key Castle has such a dynamic composition, doesn't it?
確かに。どうすか、かなでさんから見て。
Oh, it sure does. What do you think, Kanade?
いいっすね。
Good. Kanade gives Magari a deep nod in agreement. Though he uses a different medium, as a cameraman, Kanade can vouch for Sakio Ito's skill. He's got a few people problems, but with this skill, I can see why he's valued as a writer. Whoops. Is Accessory Peddler still open today? I would say it is, but the real question is the hippie man there?
よう、また買いに来てくれたの？
Yo, man, come to buy something again?
いや、そうじゃなくて、昨日聞かせてもらったカップルについてもう少し詳しい話を聞かせてほしいんだ。
No, just wanted to ask a bit more about the couple you told us about yesterday.
詳しい話って言われても、昨日言った通り、半年も前のことだからな。
More? But like, as I said yesterday, that was like half a year ago, man.
確か、男の方はマスクしてたって言ってただろ？
You said the man was wearing a mask, right?
ああ、それは間違いないよ。よく覚えてる。
Yeah, that I do remember, no doubt about it.
それで、何か病気のような症状出てなかったか？例えば、
So did he have any sort of obvious symptoms, like
ひどく咳き込んでたとか。
an asthma attack?
あ、 ああ、そういえば咳込んでたよ。思い出した。
Oh, right. He did have a coughing fit. I remember now. Like, I totally do, man.
本当か
Really?
背中曲げてえらい苦しそうだったな。女性の方がさすってあげてたけど。
His back, like, hunched over from the pain, dude. That woman tried comforting him.
あれ、多分ひどい喘息の発作じゃないかな。知り合いにいるけど、似たような感じで大変そうだったよ。
That probably was like an asthma attack, huh? I know asthmatics who, like, suffer the same way.
そうか。うん。おかげで一つ確認できたよ。ありがとう。
I see. Okay, thanks. That clears one thing up. Thank you so much.
え、こんだけでいいの？
Huh? That's like it?
なあ、十分だ。
Yeah, probably. Aren't you gonna buy more of my stuff, man? Studio Yagumo steps away from the stall and huddles up for a discussion.
やっぱり夫人と付き合っていたのはせいやさんの方で間違いなさそうですね。咲代さんの方は喘息持ちの様子はないですし。
Definitely seems like it was Seiya who was dating Mrs. Kuramochi. Sakio's not asthmatic after all.
まあ入れ替わりって言ってもそんなとこまでしっかり演技してるとは思えないっすからね。
Well, even if there was a switcheroo, I doubt he'd take his acting that far.
どうかしたんすか監督。
What's wrong, director?
いや、咳、発作。
Wait, a coughing fit.
何かあったような。何だったかな、思い出せない。
Why does that seem familiar? What was it? I can't remember. I don't know, maybe like the detergent gas, whatever, in the mansion and how everyone was coughing and they could have died. I don't know, man. Yagumo scratches his head as he tries tugging at the tangled threads of memories inside. As others look on in concern, his brain flashes back to events leading up to today. Doha's radio kinesthetics. The scuffle between Sakio Itsu and Kuramochi. The discovery of Mrs. Kuramochi's body. And finally...
あ、そうか。あの時。
I see. Back then. Yagumo suddenly shouts and pops open his eyes.
びっくりした。
Oh, don't shock me like that.
どうしたんです監督？
What's wrong, director?
星愛祭だ。星愛祭の舞を撮影してた時だ。
Hoshiai Festival. When we were shooting at the Hoshiai Festival.
ほら、吉永米店の前での撮影中、咳をしていた男がいただろう。
We were filming in front of Yoshinaga Rice Store, and there was a guy who was coughing, remember?
倉持さんが注意をしてた。
Kuramochi gave him a warning.
そう、彼だ。彼は伊藤聖也だったんじゃないのか？
Yeah, him. That was Seiya Ito, wasn't it?
だとすると、あの時倉持さんと彼が話していたのはただの咳の注意じゃないかもしれない。
If so, then maybe Kuramochi wasn't just warning him about his coughing.
それって。
You mean...
Kanade?
す。
あの様子、抑えてあるか？
Did you catch that incident on film?
す。よし、すぐに宿に戻って映像の確認だ。
Great. Let's go to the inn and check the footage. Yagumo impatiently leads his studio to the inn. I'm gonna go to the inn later, I guess.
おっと。
Whoa.
ああ、失礼。
Excuse me. As Yagumo enters Kuramochi's mansion, he nearly runs into Hatoya on his way out.
あれ、あなたたちは昨日の。
Oh, you're the guest from yesterday.
どうも。ヤグモ映像のヤグモです。倉持さんとは仕事で関わりがありまして。
I'm Yagumo from Studio Yagumo. We have business relations with Kuramochi.
ああ、そうですか。では、倉持さんを訪ねて。
Oh, I see. Are you here to visit him?
ねえ、中におられますか？
Yes, is he in?
おられるけど、残念ながら体調が悪いってお休み中でしたよ。
Yes, but unfortunately he's resting right now as he feels unwell.
僕も薬を届けに来たんですが、お会いできなかったので、柴さんという女性に預けてきたところです。
I came to deliver medicine, but couldn't see him, so I handed it off to Miss Shiba.
そうですか。薬というのは、もしかして倉持さんの指の発疹の？
I see. Is the medicine for Kuramochi's finger rash?
ええ。昨日は原因がわからなかったけど、さっきようやく原因がわかったんで処方薬をね。
Yes, I couldn't figure out the cause yesterday, but I finally got it and wrote a prescription.
原因って虫に刺されたんじゃなかったんですか？
The cause? He wasn't stung by a bug?
ああ、虫じゃなくてアレルギーでした。
Oh, it wasn't a bug, it was an allergy.
ほう。何のアレルギーです？
Huh, what sort of allergy?
それは、ごめんなさい。患者さんの個人情報に当たるんで。
That's classified patient information, sorry.
なあ、まあ、それはそうでしょうね。
Just real quick, I have my suspicions that, Mr. Kuramochi, with that, like, detergent stuff, like, I don't know if it's the same kind of deal with him as for me, but, like, in one of my high school art classes, we were doing this, like, I forget what it's called, but you get, like, this piece of drywall looking thing, and you chip away at it, you know, making things all deep, kind of like, a lithograph, I guess. But anyway, like, the powder of whatever that stuff's made out of, it would always irritate my skin. So I'm just thinking, because of the, like, detergent stuff, maybe he dropped the bottle or whatever, I guess the detergent, into that liquid, and his fingers touched the liquid, you know, like, I don't know, he's like, I want to make sure it goes in here, you know, like, force his fingers in, and then, you know. So basically, I'm saying, I think the husband killed his wife, but, we don't, let's, I don't, let's find out. Right, of course. Hatoya smiles and nods before he bids farewell and makes his exit. Front garden. Oops. She was feeding the carp in Kuramochi's garden.
恋の餌やりは柴さんの仕事になったんすね。
So it's your job to feed the carp now, huh, Shiba?
先生はそもそも恋に興味がないですし、今まで餌をやっていた奥様が亡くなってからは私がやってます。
Yes, the professor was never interested in them, so now that his wife passed away, it's my job. Everyone falls awkwardly silent. But then Shiba decides to speak up.
町の噂、 聞きました？
Have you heard the rumor in town?
え、噂？
Huh? What rumor?
いえ、特に何も聞いてないですけど。ねえ、監督。
We haven't heard anything in particular, right, director?
ああ、何か聞いたっけかな。
No. There's a rumor.
昨日あたりから町の人たち何人もから聞いてる噂があって、すごく気になってるんですけど。
Just real quick, going back to that allergy thing, it could also just be, you know, as he said, he was tending the garden and that aluminum powder or whatever. It could be just that. Like, I don't know. Like, they're saying he would kind of abuse his wife, right? Like, you stay in the house, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if he necessarily did anything, like, physically. Like, I don't know what that weird bruise on her neck is, but, I don't think he would attack her. Like, I don't know. I don't see, like, a point for him to murder his own wife. So he's probably fine. That's just like a red herring. Just me thinking about personal connection. Well, several people have been talking about it since yesterday, so I'm quite curious.
それ、どんな噂でしょう？
What sort of rumor is it?
言いますけど、笑わないでくださいね。
I'll tell you, but please don't laugh, okay?
ほう。
Uh-huh. Okay.
大丈夫。笑ったりなんてしないっすよ。
It's okay. We won't laugh.
なら言いますけど、実は。
Okay, I'll tell you then. You see...
太鼓谷稲荷に狐火が現れたんです。
A will-o-wisp appeared at Taiko-dani Yanadi Shrine. Will-o-wisp.
え？
Huh?
狐火？
A will-o-wisp?
それは興味深い。本物ならぜひカメラに収めたいところだが、それいつの話です？
That's quite intriguing. If it's legit, I'd like to get it on camera, but when was it seen?
それが奥様の亡くなった晩らしくて。
Apparently, the night Mrs. Kuramochi died.
深夜、太鼓谷稲荷の千本鳥居のあたり。あのあたり、夜は真っ暗なんですけど、そこにチラチラっと狐火が光ってたとか。
Late at night, near Taiko-dani Yanadi Shrine's Torii corridor, a will-o-wisp flashed in pure darkness. Okay, just real quick, here. I want to make a note again. So I think, like, I don't remember exactly how the folklore and stuff goes, but I know, like, will-o-wisps are kind of like evil guiding spirits or whatever. So if there was one on the night that she died, maybe, like, I don't know, it kind of possessed her or something. So she's like, okay, I can't take it anymore. I know that Ito told me that we should both die at this time, but I can't. Something's taken over my body, blah blah. I'm gonna send him a note saying that I can't do it at the same time or whatever. So let's say that she did kill herself, and this will-o-wisp is the cause. You know. Anyway.
10分ほどその狐火がチラチラと千本鳥居の中腹あたりを揺らめいて、それっきり消えてしまったそうなんです。
For about 10 minutes, it flashed in the middle of the Tori corridor and disappeared entirely. Yagumo tries to mentally visualize Shiba's words. Underneath the pitch-black sky lies Swano Castle's mountain like a giant lump of coal. Oh, and I always, perceived them to be, blue. I think that's what they're like in, Scotland or Ireland. I think Scotland. But I think they're usually blue or kind of purplish, so this yellow thing, that's weird to me. The Tori corridor transforms into a staircase from the spirit world. A ghostly light rising up from below. It feels too real to be a dream, as if it's the living history and folklore of Swano.
うわ、怖っ。想像したらめっちゃ怖い光景っすよ、それ。
Whoa, that's scary. It's real damn scary if you think about it.
それに奥様の亡くなった晩だったこともあって、奥様の魂がお稲荷様に連れられていったんじゃないかなんていう人もいて。
Yeah, since Mrs. Kudomochi died that night, many say it's Inari leading her soul away.
さらに怖っ。
That's even scarier.
監督、やばいっすよここ。UFO は出るわ、キツネビは出るわ。オカルト大集合っすよ。
Director, this place is crazy. First UFOs and now will-o-wisps. It's like an occult convention.
UFO はともかく、それ見間違いとか錯覚とかではないんですね。
Forget about the UFOs for now. Shiba, you sure it's not an illusion or something?
多分何人もの方が見たって言ってますから。
Well, lots of people say they saw it, so I doubt it's just a hoax. As Magari and Itoha shiver in fear, Yagumo crosses his arms in thought. Perhaps inspired by Magari's fear, Yagumo shudders at the thought that there could be some frightening secret lurking in the shadows. Mrs. Kudomochi. There's no sign of any officers in the hallway leading to Mrs. Kudomochi's room. It seems the on-site investigation's over, as the police tape has all been removed.
入れるみたいですね。
Looks like we can go in.
なあ、一応部屋の中を確認しておこ
う。Yeah, let's check the room for now.
こりゃひどいありさまっすね。掃除大変っすよ。
It's such a mess. Hate to be the one who's gotta clean up. Shiba. The room's littered with tape marking off evidence and aluminum fingerprinting powder.
ほんと、事件現場なんてなるもんじゃないっすね。
I guess this really is how crime scenes turn out.
まあな、捜査のためだから仕方ないが、とにかく部屋の中、ちょっと調べてみよう。
Yeah, investigation's a dirty job, but someone's gotta do it. Why don't we do some ourselves?
まだ片付けを何もしてない状態だし、警察も現場保存のために遺体発見時と変わらない状態にしてあるはずだ。
Nothing's been cleaned up yet, so the police must have preserved the crime scene as it was when the body was discovered. What's this fat-looking doll in the glass case? Let's start with the chair again. Just to be sure, Yagumo carefully examines where Mrs. Kudomochi sat. Was there a poison needle on her seat, or some sort of trick like that? He stares at the seat and back of the chair, but there's no evident tampering. Useless. This window faces outside to let sunlight in.
ちょっと開いてるな。
It's cracked open a little. Indeed, the window's been opened at a slight angle so that there's a small gap at the top.
おかしいっすね。塩素ガスで自殺するんだったら、こういう隙間も密閉しておくと思うんすけど。
That's weird. If you're gonna commit suicide by chlorine gas, you'd seal the room airtight, right?
まあ塩素ガスというのは下に溜まりやすい性質を持っているし、この程度の隙間なら換気にもならないとは思うけどな。
Well, chlorine gas sinks, so I don't think a crack like this would be enough to ventilate.
しかし。
But if you're that set on suicide, you would at least be thorough enough to close it, right? There's a window facing the hallway with a small panel of decorated glass.
柴さんが事件当日、午後3時前に夫人の様子を伺ったと言ってたが、ここから覗いたってことかな。
Shiba used this window to check on Mrs. Kuramochi before 3 p.m. on the day of the incident, right?
でしょうね。わざわざ外に出てあちらの窓から覗いたとは思えませんし。
Probably. I doubt she'd go all the way outside to peek through that window over there. From this angle, all she'd be able to see is Mrs. Kuramochi's upper body in the rocking chair. Which means she didn't notice the metal basin placed on the floor.
Yuka, 白い粉が散ってますね。これ踏まない方がいいんでしょうか。
There's white powder all over the floor. Should we avoid stepping on it?
いや、もうとっくに指紋採取も終わってるんだし、踏んでも問題ないと思うよ。
Nah, they probably finished fingerprinting long ago, so it shouldn't be a problem. Hitoha nods, but still does her best to avoid stepping on powder as she walks around the room. Is that everything? A big... Okay, so Shiba used this thing, this window, I guess. Rocking chair, blah, 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 blah. To the pen. Take go, Dunny and Naughty Shine. When they get up to Takodani and Naughty Shrine, they spot some unexpected faces.
あれ、刑事さんたちですよね。何か聞き込みをしてるみたいですけど。
Huh? Those are the detectives, right? Are they interviewing people?
ああ、まだ捜査を継続中ってことは、やっぱり2人の心中ってことに彼らも疑念を抱いてるってことか。
Well, if the investigation is still ongoing, they must have doubts about it being a lover's suicide.
さっきの件もあるし、ここで聞き込みってことは、何か伊藤咲夫さんに疑いを抱いてるってことっすかね。
If they're interviewing here, then judging by what we just saw, they must suspect Sakio Ito.
だろうな。彼らから何か捜査の情報を得られるといいんだが。
Probably. If only we could get some information about the case out of them.
ちょっと刑事さんと話してみたらどうすか？なんか捜査に進展あったかもっすよ。
Why don't we try talking to the detectives? Maybe there's some progress in the investigation.
そうだな。そうしてみるか。
Good point. Guess it's worth a shot.
刑事さんたちがまだ捜査を続けてるってことは、やっぱり何かまだ不審な点があるってことですよね。
If the investigation's not over, the detectives must still have doubts about something, huh?
それ、何なんでしょう。
But what?
それを聞いて教えてくれるなら話は早いんだがな。
If they just tell us, things would be a lot easier.
刑事さん、聞き込み中ですか？
Are you interviewing detectives?
あ？
Huh?
なんだ、また君たちか。
Oh, you guys again.
小さな町ですからよく会いますね。
It's a small town. We're bound to bump into each other.
それよりまだ捜査を続けてるみたいですけど、やっぱり例の事件に何か不審な点でも。
Anyway, it looks like you're still investigating. Are there still doubts about the case?
それは。
Well...
捜査上の機密だ。一般人に答える義務はねえよ。
It's classified information. We have no obligation to tell civilians.
ひどいな。昨晩は一つ謎を解いてみせたじゃないですか。我々は協力者ですよ。
Hey, come on. We solved one mystery together last night, didn't we? We're on the same side.
だからってホイホイこちらの捜査情報を知るわけにはいかねえの。
That doesn't mean we can just divulge classified case information.
ほら、言った言った。
Now move along. Doesn't seem like they're willing to talk. The detectives shoo YAGUMO away like a dog. Pointing somewhere as they discuss something, or get some info out of them, but judging how they were earlier, they probably won't tell me anything.
ダメだな。さすがに彼らから情報を聞き出すのは無理みたいだ。
It's no use. Doesn't look like we're getting any info out of them.
んじゃあ奥の手を使うしかないっすかね。
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
なんだ、なんか手があるのか？
What, you got a plan?
ええ、まあ。
Kinda.
ちょっと、ひとはちゃん。
Hey, Hitoha.
私ですか？
Me?
うん。ちょっと頼みたいことがあるんで。
Yeah, I got a favor to ask of you.
は
あ。Magari whispers into Hitoha's confused ear. Hitoha's surprised and confused at what she hears, but eventually she nods reluctantly. What are you planning? Stunned, Hitoha falls silent. What the hell did Magari tell Hitoha?
今度こそ刑事さんも何か話してくれるはずっすよ。なんせこの孔明がひとはちゃんにバッチリ策を授けたんで。
At least one detective will talk if we use our celebrity Hitoha as bait.
策？マジで？
Wait, Hitoha's bait? Yes. For some reason, Hitoha nods in bewilderment to Yagumo's question. Damn it, Magari, what are you gonna make Hitoha do? Got a bad feeling about this. I don't know if this stubborn old guy is gonna talk unless, I don't know, they bring Keishino over and talk to him. I don't know.
刑事さん。
Excuse me, detectives. Yagumo calls out to the detectives once again. This time he brings Hitoha with him. Sorry, one second. This time he brings Hitoha with him.
しつこいなおい。何も話せねえって言ってんだろ。あんまり邪魔すると 公務執行妨害でしょっぴくぞ。
You sure are persistent. We're not talking. Keep it up and it's obstruction of justice.
いや、そうは言いますが、捜査がまだ続いているってことは、我々もまだ容疑者ということですよね。それじゃ安心してシナハン続けられませんよ。
Well, if the investigation's not over yet, that means we're still suspects and can't freely location scout.
知るかよ。捜査中ってのはそういうもんだ。
Boo-hoo, that's how investigations are. Deal with it.
その通り。それは市民の協力義務として我慢してもらわないと。
Yeah, now do your civic duty and deal with it.
でもやっぱり不安です。
But we're so anxious.
ひとはさん。
Hitoha. Hitoha murmurs anxiously as her eyes tear up. As a big fan of hers, Keishino starts stammering.
刑事さんたちに私も疑われてるって思うと不安で、夜も眠れなくて。
I feel so uneasy thinking you two suspect me. I can't sleep at night.
いや、ひとはさんは大丈夫ですよ。自分は容疑者とは思っておりません。
You're fine, Hitoha. I don't see you as a suspect.
でもまだ捜査をしているというのは、何か疑いが私たちにもかかっているんでしょ？
But if the investigation's not over, that means there's some doubt cast over us, doesn't it?
いや、ひとはさんに疑いなんてそんな。
No. There's no doubt cast on you at all, Hitoha.
ただ行政解剖の結果、倉持夫人の遺体から睡眠薬が検出されまして、それで出所を調べているわけでして。
Mrs. Kuromochi's autopsy found sleep meds in her system, so we're tracking that down. Sleep medication.
睡眠薬
Sleep meds? Yagumo reacts to Keishino's words. Upon realizing what just happened, Misawa elbows Keishino in the gut.
Oi!
Oi!
すいません。
Sorry.
待ってください。
Hold on.
夫人は睡眠薬を飲んでから塩素ガスによる自殺をした可能性があるってことですか？
Do you mean to say there's a possibility Mrs. Kuromochi took sleep meds before her chlorine gas suicide?
確かに少し不自然だが、しかし苦しみや恐怖を緩和させるためならなくはないような。
It's a little strange, but if it was to reduce her suffering and fear, it makes some sense.
何かそれ以上に不審に思えるところがあったってことですか？
Is there something more suspicious than that?
知らんな。それ以上は答えられんよ。
Who knows? No more questions.
ケイシノさん、それ以外に何かあったんですか？
Keishino, did anything else happen?
いや、その睡眠薬が市販されてない代物だったので、それをどこから夫人が入手したか問題になってるのです。
Oh, the sleep meds aren't over the counter, so there's a question of where she got them.
言うなこら！
Don't tell them that, you idiot. Ow! Kishino gets hit hard on the head. And yet, Yagumo keeps piling on the questions.
睡眠薬に問題はあるとして、それだけが捜査を続ける理由じゃないはずだ。
It wouldn't make sense to continue investigating on the question of the sleep meds alone.
刑事さんたちの様子からすると、心中じゃなくて殺人でも疑っているように見える。
Judging by your behavior, detectives, it seems you're suspecting murder and not suicide.
何か殺人を疑う理由があるってことなんじゃないですか？
Is there some sort of reason to suspect murder?
んなもん答えられるわけねえだろ。さっさとここから。
We're not gonna answer that. Now hurry up and get...
ケイシノさん、どうなんでしょう？
Where are you getting close? Keishino, what's happening?
実は昨晩の話を受けて押収したカプセルの指紋採取をしたのですが、なぜか夫人の指紋以外全く確認できなかった次第でありまして。
Well, after last night, we had the toy capsules fingerprinted, but the only prints we could find were Mrs. Kuromochi's, so...
夫人の指紋しかなかった。
The only prints were Mrs. Kuromochi's?
だから
For the last time.
喋るなっつってんだろうが
Stop talking already. Yikes. He dislocated his leg with how angry he is at him. Good? The furious Detective Misawa's spin kick sends Detective Keishino flying back. Studio Yagumo quickly retreats, leaving the two detectives to sort out their rage. They make it halfway across the Tori corridor and stop when they know the detectives aren't looking.
うまくいったね、ひとはちゃん。
Well done, Hitoha. それは良かったですけど、ちょっとケイシノさんがかわいそうです。
I'm glad it worked out, but I feel a little sorry for Keishino.
まあまあ、おかげで貴重な情報が手に入ったんだから、やってもらった甲斐があったよ。
No. As a result, we got precious info, so it was worth it.
マガリもナイスアイデアだった。さすが俺の下でいろいろ汚れ仕事やってもらってるだけあって悪知恵が回るな。
Nice idea, Magari. You've grown quite cunning by doing dirty deeds under my direction.
まあ、ざっとこんなもんすよ。
Well, let's business.
つか、汚れ仕事ってなんすか、人聞きの悪い。大体はあんたがやらせてんでしょうが。
But could you not call them dirty deeds, especially when you're the one making me do them?
その通りだ。
But it's the truth.
たくも
う。For crying out loud.
でも、例のカプセル、指紋が夫人のものしかついてなかったってどういうことっすかね？
But if the only fingerprints on the capsules were Mrs. Kuramochi's, what does that mean?
昨晩の謎解きからすると伊藤聖也さんの指紋がついててもおかしくないはずっすけど。
If last night's solution to the puzzle's correct... Oops, stop, help. Help. If last night's solution to the puzzle's correct, then it makes sense to find Seiya Ito's prints.
水路を流れてきてるから指紋が消えちゃったとかですかね。
Maybe the fingerprints washed away in the aqueduct?
いや、そもそも指紋の成分は皮膚に分泌されている油脂だから水に浸かってた程度じゃ消えないんだ。
No, fingerprints are formed with skin oils, so floating in water is not enough to erase them.
それじゃあわざわざ指紋がつかないようにしていたってことですか？
Which means he made sure not to leave prints?
だとすると少し妙な話になるな。
If he did, that'd be a little odd. Yoshi, no, yeah. Back at Yoshinoya, Studio Yagumo checks the Heron's dance footage in the parked van. Since the files have already been split, they easily find the scene in question.
どうだ？
How is it?
監督の言った通りっすね。ほら、倉持さんが話してる相手、マスクしてるし髪型も違うけど、咲代さんにそっくりっすもん。
You're right, director. Look, the guy Kuramoshi's talking to looks just like Sakio, but with a mask and different hair.
倉持さんはこの時、伊藤聖也さんと話していたのに間違いなさそうっす。
At this time, Kuramochi definitely talked to Seiya Ito. So this show. Talked with Seiya on the day of the festival.
やっぱりこの人物が伊藤聖也か。死亡推定時刻が午後4時から6時の間ということだったが。
So, that really was Seiya Ito, huh? His estimated time of death between 4 and 6 p.m.
撮影時刻が午後4時50分ですから、少なくともそれ以降ってことですね。
But this footage was filmed at 4:50 p.m., so he had to have died after that. No, he could have died before. You don't know that.
ああ、そして死の直前、彼はこうして倉持さんと話をしたってわけだ。一体何を？
Yeah, so right before he died, he talked with Kuramochi. But what'd they talk about?
くそ。二人の会話がわかればいいんだが、なんとかならないか、マガリ。
Damn it. If only we could hear their conversation. Is there anything you can do about that, Magari?
無理っすよ。ガンマイクでも向けてない限り、この距離でこんなひそひそ話されちゃ声拾えませんって。
No way. Not with the shotgun mic pointed away and at a distance and with them whispering like that.
そうか。ならばいよいよ出番ってわけだな。
Okay, guess it's time to bring out the big guns.
マガリ、今こそお前の特殊スキル、独身術を見せる時だ。やれ！
Magari, it's time to show off your special skill. Lip reading, go!
了解っす。
Roger that. Magari pauses the replay bar and seriously stares at the screen. Tension fills the van. Hmm?
そんなスキル持ってねえっすけど。
That ain't no special skill of mine.
だよな。
Figures.
乗っといて言うのもなんですけど、無茶言わんでください。
Okay, I know I joined in on the joke, but please don't be ridiculous.
すまん。
Sorry. Magari and YAGUMO's shoulders slump. Beside them, Hitoha suddenly leans in and points at the screen.
あれ？ちょっと止めてください。
Pause it right there.
どうした？
What's wrong?
ちょっと気になるところがあるんです。ほら。
I noticed something curious. Look. Whatever this hand gesture is.
ほら、この倉持さんの手、何か持ってませんか？
Look at Kuramoshi's hand. Is he holding something?
本当だ。何かを伊藤聖也に見せているようだが。
You're right. It looks like he's showing it to Seiya Ito. Reacting to what they said, Magari zooms in on Kuramochi's hand. 2 times, 3 times. Everyone gasps.
これ、倉持夫人が身につけていたアクセサリーにそっくりっすよ。
That looks exactly like the accessory Mrs. Kuramoshi was wearing. Hadakari's accessory.
こうして並べると、ほら!
Put them up side by side and look! She lines up the printed picture of Mrs. Kuramochi's accessory next to the screen. Side by side, the similarity is all too clear.
夫人が伊藤聖也に買ってもらったアクセサリーを倉持さんがここで彼に見せている。
Kuramochi's got the accessory his wife got from Seiya Ito and he's shoving it in the man's face.
お前たちの関係は知っているぞと言っているのか？
Is he telling him, I know you two are cheating?
だとしても、あそこのお店は全部手作りで同じ形はないはずっすよ。
Even if he is, the accessories from that shop are all handmade and one of a kind, remember?
夫人の遺体が身につけていたものをなんでこの時間に倉持さんが持ってるんすか？
So, how did Kuramochi have it at this time when it was on his wife's body when she died?
例えば、遺体発見時にそっとこれを遺体にかけて戻しておいたとか？
Well, maybe he gently put it back on her neck when he discovered her body?
それだと芝さんも共犯じゃないとダメっすね。二人で夫人の部屋に行ったんすから。
That would mean she was complicit. They both went to her room at the same time.
あの人、こんな事件の共犯やれるタイプには見えないっすよ。
She doesn't look like the type to be complicit in a case like that, you know?
そうだな。
You're right. Yagumo and Magari furrow their eyebrows as they ponder this new, inexplicable truth. Hitoha then raises her hand.
意見いいですか？
May I share my opinion?
はい、ひとはくん。
Go ahead, Hitoha.
はい。一つ方法があるんですけど、それと倉持さんの指の発疹と関係あるかもしれません。
Okay, well, I've got a theory, and it might have something to do with Kuramochi's finger rash.
どういうこと？
Huh? How so?
私の知り合いがそういう趣味を持ってるんですけど、実は
Someone I know has this hobby, you see.
なるほど。確かにそれなら可能だな。
I see. That's certainly a possibility.
だとすると、その確証が欲しいとこだが。
I'd like to get some more proof, but
原因が分かったって言ってたし、鳩やってお医者さんに聞くしかないっすかね。
Dr. Hatoya said he figured out what it was, so we got no choice but to ask him.
でも患者さんの個人情報だから教えてくれないと思いますけど。
But I don't think he'll divulge private patient information.
普通ならそうだろうが手はあるさ。俺の予想が正しければ彼にはちょっとした弱みがあるはずだからな。
Normally he wouldn't, but if my hunch is correct, he's got a weakness we can use to make him talk.
弱みですか？
Weakness?
そう。その弱みをついてやれば。
Yes, if we just abuse that weakness, then...
うわ、悪い顔してんな。
That's not a good look on your face.
ちょっと怖いです。
That's a little scary. We're gonna do some blackmail up in here. Where am I? Clinic. Studio Yagumo walks to Hatoya Clinic. Thanks to the map Magari put on her phone before the incident, they easily find the cozy clinic. Hello.
あれ？皆さんお揃いで、誰か具合でも悪くなりましたか？
Huh? You're all here together. Is someone feeling bad?
ああ、いえ。ちょっと先生に伺いたいことがありまして。倉持夫人と伊藤誠也さんの死について関わりのあることなんですが。
Oh, no, doctor. Just wanted to ask something relating to Mrs. Kuramochi and Seiya Ito's deaths. As soon as Yagumo says that, Hatoya looks clearly on guard. That excess caution is enough to convince Yagumo about Hatoya's weakness.
それは一体何でしょう？
And what might that be?
僕に聞かれてもお答えできるようなことがあるとは思えませんが。
I don't think there's much I can answer.
いや、先ほども伺いましたが、倉持さんの指の発疹、あれ、何のアレルギーだったんです？
Well, I asked earlier about Kuramochi's finger rash. That's some sort of allergy, right?
なんだ、そんなことですか。それならこちらも先ほどお答えした通り、コンプライアンスの観点からお答えすることはできません。
Oh, that. Sorry, but as I mentioned, I can't answer that due to confidentiality compliance.
あなた方が警察の人間だったら別ですけどね。
It'd be a different story if you were with the police, though. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Looks like we're gonna have to kidnap Kishino. In that case, I'm sorry, but you leave me no choice.
鳩谷先生、どうしても教えていただくことはできませんか？
Dr. Hatoya, Are you sure you can't tell us?
すいませんが、僕も医師として守らなければならないことはありますので。
I'm sorry, but as doctor, there are rules I simply must uphold. Next mode.
医師として守らなければならないことですか。まあ、医師というのは格別に倫理観が求められるものでしょうからね。
Rules you must uphold as a doctor, huh? Yeah, well, doctors have a strict ethical code.
古代より医術を志す者への戒めとしてヒポクラテスの誓いなんてものもあると聞いてます。
Medical practitioners have long upheld the Hippocratic Oath, or so I hear.
よくご存知で。ならばその中に人々の生活に関して見聞きしたものは口外しないという項目があるのもご存知でしょ
う。You're well informed. So you know it says whatever I see or hear in the lives of my patients I will keep secret, correct?
僕もそれを守りたいということです。
I wish to uphold that part.
なるほど。確か自分もうろ覚えですが、こんな項目があったような。
I see. I do vaguely remember that line, but I also remember this one.
求められても致死薬を与えず、そういう助言もしないと。
I will not give a lethal drug to anyone if asked, nor will I advise such a plan. As soon as Yagumo firmly recites that line, Dr. Hatoya quickly turns pale. Noticing that change, Yagumo carefully chooses his next word as he moves in for the checkmate.
もう一度言いますよ。求められても致死薬を与えず、そういう助言もしない。
Let me say that one more time. I will not give a lethal drug to anyone if asked, nor will I advise such a plan.
これも当然守っておられる。
You do uphold that part as well, correct?
当たり前でしょう。さっきからあなた何をおっしゃりたいんです？
Of course. What are you trying to imply?
そうですね。倉持夫人の死に関することなんですが。
Well, you see, it's got a little something to do with Mrs. Kuramochi's death. Autopsy. Oops.
夫人の遺体から睡眠薬が検出されたそうなんです。それも市販品ではない強力なものが。
Mrs. Kuramochi's autopsy found sleep medication, and it was prescription strength too.
この辺りでそんなものが手に入りそうなところといえば、こちらぐらいしかないかなと。
In a small town like this, I figure this clinic is the only place to get something like that.
いや、それなら朝方やってきた刑事さんにも聞かれましたよ。でもはっきりと伝えました。僕は知らないと。
Well, the detectives already asked about that, but I already told them that I don't know.
そもそも僕があかりさんにそんなものを処方する理由もないじゃないですか。
Why would I even have a reason to prescribe something like that to Fakari?
それはどうかな。夫人の頼みなら処方してしまうこともありえたんじゃないですか？
I don't know. I can see you giving her a prescription if she asked.
なぜな
ら After all, you like a curry.
そう、あなたは高校時代同級生の彼女に好意を抱いていたのでしょ？
You liked her back when she was your classmate in high school, didn't you?
誰からそんなことを？
What? Who told you that? Atoya starts trembling at Yagumo's words. Seeing that as a sign to spring into action, Yagumo keeps talking without answering Atoya.
わかりますよ、そういう感情って大人になっても心の奥底で引きずるものですよね。
I understand. Even as an adult, you still have feelings for her, right?
そんな相手にどうしてもと頼まれたら処方してしまってもおかしくはありませんよ。
If someone like that begged for a prescription, I wouldn't blame you for giving it to her.
いい加減にしてくれ。
Hey, cut it out.
僕は警察にもちゃんと処方していないと答えたんだ。僕が嘘の証言をしたというのか？
I told the police I didn't prescribe it to her. Are you accusing me of false testimony?
いや、そんなことは思っていませんよ。
No, I'm not.
え？
Huh?
自分の見る限り、あなたは全くの善良な一市民だ。そんな人が警察に嘘をつくとは思えません。
As far as I can tell, you're an upstanding citizen. I don't think you'd lie to the police.
そう？
What? Really?
もちろんです。ただ、
Really? But...
嘘はつかなくても重要なことを言わないということはあり得る。
Do I think you lied? No. Do I think you failed to tell the truth? Possibly.
え？
Huh?
聞かれてないことをわざわざ言わないというだけなら嘘をついてるわけでなし、良心の呵責もそれほどないですからね。
If they don't ask and you don't tell, it's no lie, and it's nothing to feel guilty about either.
何を言いたい？
What are you implying?
確かに夫人には睡眠薬を渡していない。それは嘘ではないでしょう。
You didn't hand over the sleep meds to Mrs. Kuramochi. That part's probably not a lie.
しかし、別の人物に渡した結果、それが夫人の手に渡ったとしたら？
But what if you gave the meds to someone else, and that someone else handed it off to her?
つまり、
In other words, sleep insane.
喘息を患っていた伊藤誠也さんです。
You gave them to Seiya Ito because of his asthma.
彼は睡眠が取れないほどのひどい喘息持ちだった。そんな彼に言われれば、あなたも睡眠薬を処方したのではないですか？
His asthma was so bad he couldn't sleep. You prescribed the sleep meds to him, didn't you?
あなたは刑事から夫人の検視結果を聞かされて、すぐにその睡眠薬の出所が伊藤誠也に処方したものだと思い立った。
When you heard Mrs. Kuramochi's autopsy results from the detectives, you immediately realized the sleep meds were what you prescribed Seiya Ito.
自分が彼女の死に協力したようなものだ。そう思い恐ろしくなったから、刑事にそのことを伝えなかったのでしょ？
You feared you contributed to her death, so you conveniently failed to mention the fact that to the detectives, didn't you? Ugh. Atoya droops his shoulders and hangs his head as he slowly murmurs.
通りです。
Yes, exactly.
一月ほど前、彼が訪ねてきてどうしても眠れないと言うから、ニトラゼパム系の睡眠薬を処方した。
About a month ago, he said he couldn't sleep, so I prescribed him nitrazepam.
それがまさか、あかりさんの自殺に使われるなんて。
I never thought that it'd be used in Akari's suicide. Sorry about that notification. Anyway.
そんなことに使われるなら、処方なんてしなかった。絶対にしなかったのに。
If I knew it would be used like that, I never would have prescribed it. Never. Truth revealed. With his head down, Yagumo gently steps up to Hatoya. He places a hand on Hatoya's shoulder and smiles as he completely changes his tone.
鳩谷先生、そんなに気に病むことはありませんよ。
Dr. Hatoya, there's no need to worry.
たまたま入手先が先生だっただけで、睡眠薬がなくとも彼らの死は避けられなかったでしょう。
You just happened to prescribe the sleep meds. They would have died with or without them.
そう。 先生のせいではありません。決して。
It wasn't your fault, Doctor. Not one bit.
そうかな。
You think so?
そうですよ。ただ、
Yeah, but
あかりさんたちのためにも事件の真相を解明しなきゃならない。そのためには先生の協力が必要なんだ。
we need to reveal the truth of this case for Akari's sake, and we need your help, Doctor.
倉持さんのアレルギーについて教えてくれますね。
So, can you tell us about Kuramochi's allergy? Okay. As if hypnotized by Yagumo's gentle tone of voice, Hitoya finally speaks up.
倉持さんの指の発疹はレジンアレルギーだよ。
Kuramochi's finger rash was a resin allergy. Yagumo and Hitoha exchange glances, but they remain silent as Hitoya continues.
ここに診察に来た時は原因がわからず困ってたんだ。
When I was examining him here, I just couldn't figure it out.
虫刺されじゃなく何かのアレルギーってことは分かったけど、その原因を症状だけで特定するのは困難だからね。
I knew it wasn't a bug sting, but an allergy. But to what? It's hard to tell on symptoms alone.
それじゃあどうやってわかったんですか？
So how did you figure it out?
倉持さんのかかりつけの歯医者に問い合わせたんだ。何か知らないかって。
I consulted Kuramochi's personal dentist to see if he knew anything.
そしたら以前治療の予備テストとしてアレルギーのパッチテストを行ったことがあったらしく、彼がレジンアレルギーだって教えてくれたんだ。
Apparently, he had an allergy patch test to prepare for an earlier surgery, and turns out he has a resin allergy. Sensación.
レジンアレルギー。
A resin allergy?
うん。歯科治療にはレジンも使用するからね。
Yeah, they use resin in some dental surgeries.
なるほど。なら間違いないか。
I see. Then there's no doubt about it.
いや、大変参考になるお話でした。ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much for the info. It's a big help.
いや、でもこれが事件と何の関係が？
No problem, but how is it related to the case?
そのうちわかりますよ。では我々はこれで失礼します。
You'll find out soon enough. Now, if you'll excuse us. Dr. Hitoya looks confused as Studio Yagumo leaves the clinic. Out on the street, Yagumo stretches wide and takes a deep breath.
ふう、なんとか情報が聞き出せたか。
Somehow we managed to get some info out of him.
これでひとはちゃんの推理が当たってることが証明されたな。お見事だったよ。
Now we have proof to back up your theory, Hitoha. Well done.
どうかした？
What's wrong?
いえ、びっくりしちゃって。
Well, I was just a bit shocked.
アイネさんから聞いてはいたんですけど、監督が人を問い詰めるところを初めて見たもので。
Aine told me how you get when you cross-examine someone, but that was my first time seeing it. Oh.
まあ、ひとはちゃんが引くのも無理もないっすよ。ドン引きっしょ、ドン引き。
Well, I can't blame you. It's kinda intimidating, huh?
別に悪いことしたわけでもない人、すげえ勢いで問い詰めるんすもん。かわいそうになっちゃいましたよ。
Even if they haven't done anything wrong, he really pours on the questions. Poor things.
いや、だから、あれはだな。ああやって畳みかけることで混乱させて真実を話させるテクニックというか、そのおかげで情報が聞き出せたというか。
Hey, well, that's just a technique to confuse them into revealing the truth. And I mean, we got the info we wanted.
そりゃそうなんすけどね。あんだけ追い詰めといて最後に鳩谷先生に優しく問いかけるとこなんて悪魔の微笑みみたいだったっすよ。
Yeah, but after you ran him down with questions, you asked one last gentle question, like a demon.
ああ、うっせうっせ。俺は警察の人間でもないし、正義の味方でもねえんだ。別にいいだろ。
Shut up. I'm not a police officer and I'm not a superhero either. So what does it matter?
うわ、こいつ開き直りやがった。
Someone's getting mad.
とにかくだ。これでまた重要な情報を手に入れた。
Anyway, we've gotten some useful info.
あとは最後のパズルのピースをはめ込むだけだ。
Now we just need to fit in the last puzzle piece.
最後のピース？
The last puzzle piece?
それ、一体何なんですか？
What's that exactly? Yagumo grins at the girl's question.
UFO だよ、UFO。
The UFO, that's what. Huh?
信じてなかったんじゃないんすか？
Wait, I thought you didn't believe in it.
いや、今回の事件の最も重要な鍵は UFO だって気づいたんだ。すぐに映像を確認するぞ。
Well, I just realized that the most important key to the case was the UFO. Let's check it out now. Ignoring the girl's dumbfounded looks, Yagumo triumphantly marches away. Back at Yoshinoya, they check the footage in the van.
どこだ？その UFO とやらは。
So, where's this UFO?
待ってくださいよ。すぐに。
Hang on, just a second.
あ、ほら、ここっす。
There, see, right there. Huh. What am I looking at? Oh, wait, I see it.
あ、本当に UFO ですね。
Oh, you're right. There really is a UFO. On screen is footage from when the Heron's dance was dedicated at Yasaka Shrine, shot by Kanade. A black spot clearly cuts through the sky from the left of the frame, swaying up and down.
あ、これ確かに UFO にしか見えないです。アイネさん、本当だったんですね。
Wow, I can't see it as anything but a UFO. You were right, Aine.
でしょ？これ、どう見ても鳥や虫じゃないもん。
I know, right? There's no way it's a bird or bug.
マガリ、これ拡大できるか？
Magari, can you zoom in?
やってみたけど遠すぎて無理でしたよ。拡大してもジャギジャギのドットの塊にしかならなかったっす。
I tried, but it's too far away. It just becomes a blurry blob of dots.
そっか。まあいい。それより。
I see. Well, that's fine. More importantly...
Kanade.
Kanade.
この映像から、こいつがどこからどこへ飛んでるのか知りたい。カメラ方向はわかるか？
I want to know where this thing came from and where it went. Know where the camera was pointed? Magari catches onto what Yagumo's getting at and brings up a map of Swano. Kanade and Magari talk things out before coming to an agreement and drawing a red line on the map.
ちょっと UFO との距離感がつかめないから位置はとりあえずですけど方向はこれで間違いないと思うっす。
It's a bit hard to tell how far away the UFO was, but as far as direction goes, it's gotta be this. Whoa. Whoa. Upon seeing the red line on the map, both Yagumo and Toha gasp in surprise. The line clearly connects the area by Kurumochi's to Taiko Dani Anari Shrine.
これ、 倉持さんの家から太鼓谷稲荷に飛んでるように見えますけど、どういうことなんすかね。
It flew from Kuramochi's mansion towards Taikodani Yanadi. What does that mean? 现在试一下。
これがどういうことなのか、こうなったら確認しないといけないな。
Guess we'll have to find out ourselves.
一旦解散するが、みんな深夜0時になったら俺の部屋へまた集合してくれるか。
Let's split up for now, but reconvene in my room at midnight, okay?
深夜0時
At midnight?
いいですけど、何をするんですか？
Okay, but what for? Yagumo grins at the girl's confusion.
UFO と狐火退治に行くのさ。
We're going on a UFO and will-o-wisp hunt. The next morning, Studio Yagumo gathers in the inn lobby after they finish preparing.
いよいよ犯人を追い詰めるんですね。
We're finally gonna corner the culprit, huh?
ああ、すべての真相を明らかにして、すっきりと津和野の品藩を締めくくるんだ。
Yeah, we'll reveal the whole truth and cinch up our Swano location scouting.
マガリ、奏も準備はいいか？
Magari, Kanade, you guys ready too?
バッチリっす。
Sure I am.
よし、それじゃ行こ
う。Okay, then let's go. After everyone nods, they march off to Kuramochi's mansion. Dun, 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 dun. In the garden, they meet up with concerned parties that had already contacted ahead of time. You're a little too close to Shiba there. Kenzaburo Kuramochi and Wakako Shiba. A slightly disgruntled Sakyo Ito and Tokuma standing a slight distance away. And the almost comedically pouty detective duo Misawa and Keishino. All eyes fall on Studio Yagumo as they enter, and Misawa immediately gets down to business.
おい、お前の呼び出しで一応来てみたが、これなんだ？
Hey, we came just like you asked, but what the hell is this?
どうやら事件の関係者を全員集めたようだが、何を企んでる？
You've gathered everyone connected to the case. What are you scheming?
皆さんにはこんな早朝に集まっていただいたことお詫びします。
Sorry to call you here so early, folks.
実は今回の事件の謎はすべて解けました。なのでそれを皆さんに聞いていただこうと思ってます。
You see, we've solved all this case's mysteries, so I'd like you all to hear our solution.
はあ？なんだそりゃ。
Huh? What?
まるで探偵もののドラマでよくある最後の犯人当てシーンじゃねえか。
You wanna pull off a culprit reveal scene straight from a detective show or something?
自分もドラマや漫画では見たことありますが、実際にそういう場に立つのは初めてですね。まさか本当にこういうシーンに立ち会えるとは。
I've seen that stuff in TV dramas and manga, but this is my first time seeing it in real life. I can't believe I get to witness one in person.
感動してる場合か。そんなの現実でやったらとんでもない茶番になりかねねえぞ。
To admire them, it could be a total disaster if replicated in real life.
茶番にはしないつもりです。なので俺を信じて最後までお付き合い願えませんか？
I'm totally serious here, so stick with me until the end, okay?
俺を信じてってお前、いくらそう言われたって。
Hey, you can't just say that and expect me to. He must have sensed something in Yagumo's serious expression. Realizing the detectives are willing to listen, Yagumo once again starts to talk.
我々が映像屋として今回この地に品販をしに来たのは皆さんご存知の通りです。
As you all know, we're a film studio that came to this area for location scouting.
そこで我々はこの地に来て以来撮影してきた映像、そして取材してきた情報をすべて洗い直してみました。
We've reviewed all of the footage we filmed here and all the information we've gained.
その結果、
As a result,
今回の倉持夫人と伊藤誠也さんの死、それが心中ではないことが明らかになりました。つまり2人の死は
we've come to the conclusion that Mrs. Kuramochi and Seiya Ito's deaths were not the result of a lover's suicide. In other words,
殺人事件ということです。
it was murder! The sudden truth bomb has everyone stirring. They all exchange glances. Without waiting for the commotion to subside, Yagumo calmly continues.
伊藤誠也さんと倉持夫人は密かに連絡を取り合っていた。手紙をカプセルトイのカプセルに入れて水路を通じて倉持家の池へと流すという方法です。
Seiya Ito secretly talked with Mrs. Kuramochi via letters. Kuramochi? Via letters placed in capsule toys and sent floating into Kuramochi's pond through the aqueduct.
実際夫人の部屋のゴミから空気穴を塞いだカプセルが回収されている。これについてはほぼ間違いないでしょう。
Sorry, can't stop yawning. Several capsules with their air holes filled were retrieved from Mrs. Kuramochi's trash.
つまり夫人と誠也さんはどこまで深い仲かは分かりませんが、夫である倉持さんの目を盗んで通じ合っていたってことです。
In other words, behind Kuramochi's back, his wife and Ito were seeing each other, though I'm unsure how deep the relationship was. Huh?
そして最初は2人の連絡はうまくいっていた。ところが
Gosh, I need to finish this up so I can sleep. And their secret talks were going by swimmingly, that is, until...
ある人物がそのことに気づいた。そしてそれを2人を死に追いやるために利用することを思いついたんです。
Someone caught on and abused their secret method in order to quickly drive them to their deaths.
ある時からその人物は先回りしてカプセルを回収し、手紙を入れ替えて2人をコントロールし始めた。
At a certain point, this someone intercepted the capsules and manipulated the recipients by switching out the letters.
徐々に2人を追い込み、心中の約束を取り付けさせるためです。
Gradually, this someone drove them up the wall and got them to agree to a lover's suicide.
ちょっと待ちたまえ。
Hold it.
何です？
What's up?
それはあまりに想像が行き過ぎていないかね。それについては何も根拠らしいものがないように聞こえるが。
That just sounds like baseless speculation.
いえ、確定的な証拠ではありませんが、そう想像するに足る根拠はあります。
Well, I don't have definitive proof, but the speculation does have a basis.
それは
Oh, and that is?
なぜなら、夫人の部屋から回収されたカプセルからは夫人の指紋以外ついていなかったからです。
The capsules retrieved from your wife's room only had her fingerprints on them.
ですよね、三沢刑事。
Isn't that right, Detective Misawa? Seemingly frustrated at the reminder that Keishino leaked that information, Misawa nods.
そういうことです。伊藤誠也さんが送ったカプセルなら、なぜ指紋がついていないのか。
There you have it. Why would capsules sent by Seiya Ito not have his fingerprints on them?
伊藤誠也さんがわざわざ指紋を拭き取らなければならない理由はありません。
There's no reason he'd go through the trouble of wiping off his own fingerprints.
つまり彼以外の正体を隠したい何者かが指紋をつけないようにしていたとしか思えない。
So, in other words, someone else made sure to leave no fingerprints in order to hide their identity.
となると、その人物とは誰かという話になるが、池に浮かぶカプセルを夫人より先に回収して入れ替えられる人物となると、邸内にいる人物しかありえない。
Speaking of their identity, in order to intercept the capsules from the pond before Mrs. Kuramochi, they have to be someone on mansion premises.
つまり
In other words, Yakumo pauses and turns his gaze towards Kuramochi and Shiba. When Shiba notices Yagumo's gaze, she frantically shakes her head.
そうですよね。柴さんは早朝には邸内にいないのですから。そうなると
Yeah, I know it's not you, Shiba. You don't come here early in the morning, which means... Yagumo stops talking once he says that much. At that moment, all eyes in the garden fall on Kuramochi.
なんだ、なぜ私を見る？
What? Why are you looking at me?
そもそもカプセル云々の話はこいつの推論に過ぎんじゃないか。それを
The whole capsule thing is just a theory he came up with.
いやー、倉持さん、実はあなたが亡くなった2人のうちの1人、伊藤誠也さんを追い詰めている証拠が我々にはあるんですよ。
Actually, Kuramochi, we've got proof you drove one of the victims, Seiya Ito, towards his death.
このカプセルの話とは別にね。
Though it's unrelated to the capsules.
何？
You what?
それは
The proof is...
ほら、この映像です。
This video. Here, take a look. With that signal, Magari opens her laptop and plays back the video file. In the video, Kuramochi and Ito are seen talking at Yoshinaga Rice Store during the Heron's dance.
これ星合祭の道中の最後っすから、7月20日午後4時50分頃。つまり伊藤誠也さんが自殺する直前の姿っすね。
This video was taken the day of the Heron's dance, July 20th at 4:50 p.m., just before Seiya Ito's death.
何？
What?
本当か？
Seriously?
倉持さん、この映像を見るとあなた何か彼に話してますね。話すというより問い詰めてる様子だが、一体彼に何を言ったんです？
Kuramochi, you told him something, didn't you? Or should I say you interrogated him? Any comment?
それは
Well...
咳。そうだ、咳だ。
His coughing, right, his coughing.
君も覚えているだろう。彼は厳粛な舞の最中に激しく咳込んで台無しにしていた。だから私は
You remember, don't you? He was interrupting the solemnity of the dance with his coughing, so I...
はあ、咳を注意していたと。
Yeah, you warned him about his coughing.
そうだ。他の見物客も迷惑そうにしていたのを見ているだろう。
Exactly. You saw he was bothering the tourists, didn't you?
それは一見理屈が通ってるように聞こえますけどね。それにしては妙なんですよ。
Sounds like a reasonable argument at first, but there's one small oddity that ruins it.
何が？
What's that?
それは
It's the fact that... You had her necklace.
ほら、このシーンであなたが手にしてるもの、これ一体何でしょうかね。
Look at what's in your hand in this scene. Now, what might that be? Caught off guard, Kuramochi falls silent and goes stiff. Yagumo gives him a sidelong glance as he talks to the detectives.
刑事さん、倉持さんが手にしているもの、見覚えあるでしょ?
Detectives, does the thing Kuramochi's holding look familiar to you at all?
倉持夫人の遺体が身につけていたネックレス。そのペンダントトップとそっくりだな。
It's the necklace Mrs. Kuramochi was wearing. The pendant looks exactly the same.
確かに自分も押収品としてこれとそっくりなものを見ています。しかしなぜ?
Yeah, it's exactly like the item we confiscated, but why is it there?
そう。席を注意するのになぜこんなものを見せる必要があったのか。
Right, if he was just warning him about coughing, why would he need to show him that?
いや、そもそも夫人が身につけていたはずのアクセサリーをなぜ倉持さんが持っているんです?
More importantly, why did he have the accessory that his wife supposedly wore when she died?
それはたまたま同じものを。
It just happens to be the same type of necklace.
これ、売った店員に確認しましたが、ワンオフで同じものは2つとないはずなんですよ。
I checked with the guy who sold the necklace. It's one of a kind. There's no others like it.
それを手に入れるなら複製して見せるしかないはずですが。
That is, unless you try to reproduce it.
複製ってそんなこと簡単にできるわけがないだろう。
Reproduce it? Easier said than done.
いや、できなくはないそうですよ。ねえ、ひとあちゃん?
No, I'm pretty sure it's not that hard. Right, Hitoa?
ええ。私の友人でアクセサリー製作が趣味の子がいるんですけど。
Right, my friend makes accessories as a hobby.
今は UV レジンといって紫外線ランプであっという間に硬化させることができる素材があるんです。
And nowadays, there's a material called UV resin that quickly hardens under ultraviolet light.
こういう凹凸の少ない形状であれば1時間もせずに型取りから複製まで済ますことができるはずです。
For a relatively smooth object like this, you can go from mold making to finished product in less than an hour.
知らん。そんなもの私は知らん。
How am I supposed to know that? You really expect me to know?
やだな、倉持さん。とぼけないでくださいよ。
Come on, Kuramochi. Don't play dumb. You have an allergy. As Kuramochi struggles in vain, Yagumo gets in his face and grabs the man's hand.
だったらこの。
Then how do you explain?
あんたの指先にできた発疹は何だ?
The rash on your fingertips.
これはレジンアレルギーによる発疹。つまりあんたがこの白物を UV レジンで複製したことによるものだろ。
This rash is from a resin allergy. In other words, it's from when you used UV resin to reproduce your wife's necklace. Pew, pew, pew. Kuramochi hangs his head. Yagumo lets go of his hand and turns towards the detectives.
伊藤誠也さんは思い詰めるタイプだったと聞きます。
I heard that Seiya Ito was the worrying type.
おそらく倉持さんの目論見では夫人からと見せかけた手紙で誘導し、八坂神社で星合祭が始まる時間に合わせて自殺してもらう予定だったのでしょ
う。Kuramochi's plan was probably to give him fake letters from his wife, draw him to Yasaka's shrine during the Heron's dance, and drive him to suicide.
ところが直前になってまだ死を選ぶか迷っていた伊藤誠也さんはそのままふらふらと星合祭を見るために家からさまよい出てきた。
But right before that, Seiya Ito had wandered out of his house to see the herons dance, unsure of his decision to die.
だから、そんな時のために用意しておいた婦人のアクセサリーを見せて、彼を追い詰めたんです。
So, Kunomochi showed him his wife's accessory, which he prepared earlier to drive him to death.
妻はお前と心中すると遺書を残して先ほど死んだ。なのになぜお前は恥知らずにも生きているんだと。
My wife just died, leaving a letter saying she was committing a lover's suicide with you. How dare you show your face here alive?
おそらくはこんなセリフだったんじゃないでしょうか。
Kunomochi probably said something like that.
そうして、決定的に追い詰められた聖夜さんは自宅に戻り、首をつった。
Driven over the edge, Seiya went back home and hanged himself.
なるほど。それが手紙にあった八坂神社に星合祭の舞が奉納される時間。本来午後3時だったはずの死亡時刻から遅れた理由ってわけか。
I see. So that's why his time of death was later than scheduled in the letter. 3 p.m. when the Heron's dance was dedicated at Yasaka Shrine.
そういうことです。
Exactly.
だとすると、罪に問えてもせいぜいが自殺幇助ってとこだが。
Huh. So, even if he's guilty, it's only for aiding and abetting a suicide. Kunomochi looks up when he hears Misawa's words.
そうだ、そうじゃないか。
Right, exactly.
あ
あ？ Huh?
お前たちが何を言おうが、私の罪は自殺幇助止まり。そこまで重い罪ではないはずだ。そうだろ
う。Let me guess. Who cares? My crime is only aiding and abetting a suicide, not a major crime.
そうじゃないか。
Yes, that's exactly it. As Kunomochi laughs madly, Yagumo slowly shakes his head.
倉持さん、残念ながら、そういうわけにはいかなそうですよ。
Sorry to burst your bubble, Kunomochi, but you're not getting off that easily. What?
今の話はあくまで伊藤聖也さんの死についての話だ。夫人の死についての解明がまだ残ってる。
We're just talking about Seiya Ito's death here. We haven't even touched your wife's death yet.
彼女の死については自殺じゃなくて殺人。そう睨んでるんですがね。
Her death wasn't a suicide, but a murder. That's what you suspect, right, detectives?
殺人？心中なら彼女も自殺じゃないのか。
Murder? If it was a lover's suicide, then wouldn't it have been suicide for her too?
刑事さんたちも気づいてたんでしょ。塩素ガスで自殺をするのに睡眠薬を飲んでるのが少し不自然だって。
You two have noticed the discrepancy too, right? If it was suicide by chlorine gas, why would she also take sleeping medication?
それはまあ。
Well...
当然。夫人にも心中を誘う手紙が聖夜さんを偽って届けられていたでしょ
う。Of course, just like Seiya, Mrs. Kunomochi also got the fake letter calling for a lover's suicide.
しかしどうやら夫人はそこまでする気はなかった。だから彼女については殺害するしかなかったんです。
But somehow she wasn't quite convinced, which is why Kunomochi had to resort to murder.
そうじゃないですか、倉持さん。
Isn't that right, Kunomochi?
知らん。そもそも殺人だとして、私はあの日ずっと君たちと一緒にいたはずだ。それは知ってるだろ
う。Murder? I don't know what you're talking about. Besides, I was with you the whole day, remember?
いや、あなたが手を下さなくても共犯者がいれば可能じゃないですか。
Hey, it's entirely possible if you had an accomplice. Isn't that right?
ねえ。
Say.
Sakio-san.
Sakio. Now all eyes fall on Sakio Itzo. But he doesn't show any reaction in particular. He remains silent with his arms crossed.
サキオさん、夫人を殺害したのはあなたでしょう。
Sakio, you're the one who killed her, aren't you?
何を言ってるのかわかんねえな。あの日、俺は取材で夕方まで時間さんと一緒に太鼓谷稲荷にいたんだ。どうやってそんなことができる？
I don't understand. I was with Tokuma at Taiko Zani Inari Shrine all day until evening. How could I have done it?
ああ、そうだ。ずっと私と一緒だった。彼のアリバイなら私が保証するよ。
Yeah, that's right. He was with me all day. I can vouch for his alibi.
なるほど、確かに。時間さんが嘘をつく理由はないし、そこは信用できそうだ。
I see. Well, there's no reason for you to lie, Tokuma, so I can trust you there.
しかし、いやー、太鼓谷稲荷ってのは霊剣新たかなお稲荷様らしいですね。だから悪人を許さないためにちゃんと霊剣を示してくださいましたよ。
Funny you should mention Taiko Dani Inari Shrine. The great Inari works miracles and punishes evil, which is why he showed us a miraculous sign. What?
おい、あんまりふざけたこと言ってると怒るぜ。
Hey, you better stop screwing around before I get pissed off.
ふざけてなんかいませんよ。その霊剣というのは
I'm not screwing around. The miraculous sign was...
狐火です。
A will-o-wisp.
は
ぁ？
町の噂になってるらしいですよ。夫人の亡くなった日の深夜、太鼓谷稲荷の千本鳥居のあたりに狐火が浮かんだとか。
It's been the talk of the town. The night Mrs. Kuramochi died, a will-o-wisp floated in Taiko Dani Inari Shrine's torii corridor.
ちょっとヤグモさん、こんな時にそんな冗談を言ってる場合じゃないでしょ。狐火なんてそんな。
Hold on, Yagumo. This isn't the time to joke. A will-o-wisp?
いやいや、冗談なんかじゃありません。その証拠にほら、さっきまでと違って伊藤さんの顔色がずいぶん悪いようですが。
No, no, it's no joke. Look, Ito suddenly went pale at the mere mention of it. Huh. Tokuma turned to the flustered Ito. Just as Yagumo said, the smug Ito had suddenly gone pale, with sweat oozing from his forehead.
Ito-kun?
Ito?
伊藤さん、もう一つ面白い話がありましてね。その狐火なんですが。
Hey, Ito. Funny story about that will-o-wisp.
昨晩も同じ場所に出たらしいですよ。それも一つじゃなくて二つ三つと見えたとか。
They showed up last night in the same place. Not just one, but 2 or 3 of them.
ああ、随分と驚いたみたいですね。そんなにオカルト話に興味がありますか？
Oh, you look real surprised now. You must be a real occult fanatic, huh? You bastard.
だったらもう一つオカルト話を教えましょう。それは
Okay, time for another occult story. UFO.
UFO です。
UFO.
は？
Huh?
おいおい、さっきから聞いてりゃ、狐火だの UFO だの、一体何を言ってんだ。
Hey, come on now. What kind of nonsense is this? Will-o-wisps and UFOs?
すいません。しかしこれ本当なんですよ。
Sorry, but I'm serious.
夫人が亡くなったちょうど同じ頃、UFO が飛んでいくのが我々の撮影した映像にはっきりと映ってるんです。
Right around the time Mrs. Kuramochi died, we caught a UFO clearly on film.
それも倉持邸から太鼓谷稲荷の方向へね。
And it was flying from Kuramochi's mansion towards Taikodani Inari Shrine.
何?
Nani? What?
それはもしかして UFO じゃなくて
Huh? You mean it wasn't a UFO, but...
そう、UFO なんてあるわけない。ドローンです。
Exactly. It wasn't a UFO, but a drone.
伊藤さん、あんたは今までの取材でもドローンを使ってたはずだ。
Ito, you've been using a drone to shoot material this whole time, haven't you?
時間さんから見せてもらったあんたの記事には、地上からでは決して撮れないアングルの写真が掲載されていたよ。
Tokuma showed us your articles. Your photos are taken from angles that should be impossible from the ground.
だからなんだってんだ。ドローンを使っちゃ悪いってのか。
So what? You saying it's wrong to use drones?
ドローンを使うことが悪いわけじゃない。ドローンを悪用することがダメなんだ。
I'm not saying you were wrong to use drones. I'm saying you use drones for wrongdoing.
太鼓谷稲荷からは倉持手をはっきりと一望できる。そこからあんたはドローンを操って夫人を殺害したんだ。
You can get a clear view of Kuramochi's mansion all the way from Taikodani Inari Shrine, where you murdered Mrs. Kuramochi with a drone.
事前に倉持さんが睡眠薬で眠らせた夫人の横、金だらいに貼った塩素系洗剤の中に酸性洗剤のボトルを立てておく。
Kuramochi put his wife to sleep with the meds, filled the metal basin with bleach, and then set the acidic detergent bottle upright inside it.
そのボトルの底にピアノ線などを引っ掛けておいて、その先を庭先に置いておいたドローンに結ぶ。
He tied the bottle to something like a piano wire and fastened the other end to the drone outside.
タイミングを測って庭先のドローンを離陸するように操作すれば、ピアノ線で引っ張られたボトルが倒れて洗剤が混ざり、塩素系ガスが発生するというわけだ。
With the correct timing, you can control the drone to pull the piano wire, knocking over the bottle and creating chlorine gas. Ugh.
夫人の部屋に一つだけ明かり取りの窓が小さく開けられていたよ。
In Mrs. Kuramochi's room, there was a single skylight window cracked open.
そこにピアノ線を通していたんだ。これを仕込んだのは倉持さんだろうがな。
That's where the piano string fed through. It was probably Kuramochi who set that up. Ugh.
千本鳥居の中腹から柱の並ぶ外側に出れば観光客からは死角になる。
There's a blind spot in the Tori corridor outside the pillars where tourists can't see you.
そこで数分ドローンを操作する程度なら、トイレなどと偽って時間さんの目をごまかせたはずだな。
You hid there a few minutes to flood the drone, tricking Tokuma to think it was a bathroom break.
ふざけるな!
Nonsense!
俺がドローンを操作したって証拠がどこにあるってんだ!
What proof do you have that I flew a drone?
言ったはずだ。キツネビが犯人を教えてくれるって。
I said the will-o-wisp was a sign, remember? It's a sign that will reveal our culprit.
何?
What?
あんたはあの日、強い風のせいかドローンの操作に失敗した。
The wind was so strong that day, you lost control of the drone.
そしてコントロールを失ったドローンは風に煽られながら落下して千本鳥居の上へと乗ってしまったんだ。
When you lost control of the drone, the wind blew it up on top of a tori.
人の目を気にしたあんたは日中の回収を諦め、深夜になって一人密かにドローンを回収した。つまり
Wary of onlookers, you gave up daytime retrieval and came alone at night. In other words,
夫人の亡くなった夜に見えた狐火とは、あんたが鳥居の上に登って ドローンを探すためにつけたスマホのライトだ。
The will-o-wisp seen on the night of the incident was your phone light as you climbed up the torii to look for your drone. Gah.
それが俺のものだって証拠は。
You have no proof it was mine.
これも言ったはずだ。昨夜再びキツネビが現れたって。
Remember what I said? More will-o-wisps appeared last night too.
それな、深夜俺たちが千本鳥居を調べた時のライトだよ。つまり
Those were our lights as we investigated the Torii corridor late at night. In other words, Yagumo takes some sort of machine part out of a plastic bag in his pocket.
見つけたのさ。着陸した時壊れたドローンの破片がまだ残されてたのをな。
Look what we found here. A piece of the drone that broke off upon landing.
深夜焦って探したから破片は見落としたまま回収できなかったんだろうが、これの指紋を調べればあんたのもんだってはっきりするはずだぜ。
Bet you missed it since you looked late at night, and it should have your fingerprints all over it. Damn it! Pew pew pew. Sakio howls as he grabs at Yagumo. But before he can lay a hand on him, he's quickly detained by Misawa and Keishino. Damn it! Damn it all! Let go! Let me go, damn it! Sakio struggles until he realizes that he can't shake off the detectives and falls to his knees. Yagumo slowly walks up to him and speaks up.
サキオさん、今回の事件はあんたと倉持さんの共謀。変則的な交換殺人とでも呼ぶべきものだったんだろ？
Sakio, you and Kuramochi conspired in this case. An odd sort of exchange murder, should we say.
倉持さんには動機がありそうだが、弟を死に追いやるような犯行に協力したあんたの動機は何だ？
Kuramochi has an understandable motive, but what drove you to help kill your own brother?
双子だからだ。
Because we're twins.
双子だから。
Because you're twins.
そうさ、双子だからさ。
Yeah, because we're twins.
双子の共振って知ってるか？離れてても双子は感覚が通じ合うことがある。オカルトじみてるが本当にあるんだよ。
You know about twin telepathy, right? Twins can feel each other's senses from far away. Sounds pretty occult, but it's real.
あいつはもともと神気臭いやつだからな。陰気に落ち込むたびにこっちまで神気臭い気分になっちまう。
He was always such a gloomy bastard, and each time he'd get depressed, so would I.
あいつが喘息で苦しめば、俺も死にそうに思えるほど息苦しくなる。
Whenever he had an asthma attack, I'd nearly suffocate too.
ガキの頃からずっとそんな目に遭ってきたんだ。鬱陶しくて殺したくもなるぜ。
It's happened ever since we were kids. It was so depressing, it made me want to kill him.
なるほど。ならもう一つ聞かせてくれ。
I see. Then let me ask one more question.
本来は聖夜さんと夫人の二人は午後3時に死ぬことになってたはずだ。なのに、聖夜さんの死のタイミングは当初の予定よりずれてしまった。
Seiya and Mrs. Kuramochi were supposed to die at 3, but Seiya ended up dying later than planned.
一体どうやって夫人の死をずれたはずの聖夜さんの死亡時刻と合わせたんだ？
So, how did he make sure Mrs. Kuramochi's death would still coincide with Seiya's?
そんなことかよ。
Oh, that, huh?
さっき言ったろ？双子は共振で通じ合うって。
What'd I just say? Twin telepathy.
あいつが死んだ時はっきり分かったんだよ。 ああ、あの野郎ようやく死んでくれたかって。それを感じたからすぐさまドローンを操作したってわけさ。
As soon as he died, I knew. Finally, he was dead. I flew the drone as soon as I felt that.
あん時はひどく晴れ晴れとして最高の気分になったぜ。
It wasn't until he died that I finally felt
最
alive.
高だった。
Why do you stop talking? Stupid English translation. It wasn't until he died that I finally felt alive. Yes, it was pure ecstasy. Mwaha.
こいつ。
Get a load of this guy.
ほら立て。
Okay, on your feet. Ito laughs maniacally as Kuramochi stares blankly. Keishino and some backup officers take them away. As Studio Yagumo silently watches, Misawa speaks, leaving his subordinates to do the dirty work.
おい。
Hey.
なあ、三沢さん。あとは警察にお任せしますよ。
Misawa. We'll let the police handle the rest.
お任せしますはいいんだけどな。ちょっと気になることがあってよ。
Thanks, but something still bothers me.
まだなんかあるんすか？
Is there something we missed?
いや、さっきお前さんたちが謎解きに使った映像な。確か俺たちが没収したはずの代物がいくつもあったんだが、どういうことだ？
No. In fact, it's something you should have missed. How'd you have all those images you used as evidence when we confiscated your films? Crap.
じっくり書で説明してもらおうか、おい。
Let's have a long chat at the station, shall we?
逃げるぞ、人ちゃん。みんな。
Let's run, Hitoha. Guys.
Hi.
Okay. See you later.
ナス。
Later.
あ、おい、待てこら。こら。
Hey, hold it right there. Studio Yagumo ignores Misawa and runs.
こら。今回は見逃してやるが、次はねえぞ。
Hey, I'll let you off the hook this time, but never again. As Misawa shouts from behind, Studio Yagumo continues to run. Da-da-da-dang.
というわけで。
So, with that out of the way. Oh my god. Hello, Tagasaku! Yay! Yeah.
Sue!
At Yagumo's signal, they share a toast. Studio Yagumo is now at Togasaku, a famous izakaya in Mazura, Shimane, to celebrate the end of their Swano location scouting.
自家製豆腐めっちゃうま。
Wow, this homemade tofu's amazing!
イカのお刺身もすごいですよ。透明で角もピーンと立ってて、すごく綺麗だし美味しいです。
The squid sashimi is amazing too. It's so clear. It's a feast for the eyes too.
バンバンうまいもの食って飲んで疲れを癒してくれ。
So, let's soothe our pain with delicious food and drink.
いや、ほんと今回の品販は大変だったっすからね。疲れたっす。
Yeah, seriously. This location scouting was rough. I'm pooped.
私もあんなことあってびっくりしましたけど、でも同行してよかったです。
I was shocked at what happened, but I'm glad I tagged along.
ミステリーを演じるのにいい経験になりましたし。
It was good practice for a role in a mystery film.
そう言ってもらえるとありがたいよ。変なことに巻き込んじまって申し訳ないと思ってたからな。
I'm glad you say so. I felt kind of bad dragging you into something weird like that.
いえ、そんな気を使わないでください。ただ。
No, don't mind me, please. It's just.
ただ
It's just.
いえ、倉持さんの犯行の動機がお金目当てだったのはなんだか寂しいです。
Oh, it's just kind of sad that Kuramochi's motive turned out to be money.
ああ。
Ugh. Yagumo frowns at Hitoha's statement. According to this morning's paper, Kuramochi had used up his father's inheritance and tried murdering his wife for insurance money.
確かに浮気を憤っての犯行の方がまだ人間らしい動機で救われたのにな。
Yeah, it would have been a bit more humanizing if it was out of revenge for his wife's cheating.
そうですね。
Yeah, it would. A slightly solemn mood fills the room. Magari then speaks up loudly, as if to lighten things up.
あ、そういえば監督に一つ聞きたいことがあったっす。
Oh, that reminds me. There's something I wanted to ask you, Director.
なんだよ。
Huh, what's that?
いや、今回の女優さん選びって3人候補がいたじゃないですか。
Well, there were 3 candidates to choose from for your leading actress, right?
その中からひとはちゃんを選んだのはなんでかなーって。
So, I was wondering what made you choose Hitoha.
え
Huh?
あ、それ私も聞きたいです。
Oh, I want to know too.
マックス監督はなんで私を選んでくれたんですか？
Why did you choose me, Director Max?
いや、なんでって言われても、そりゃピーンときたからだよ。
Well, what can I say? I just felt something click.
それだけ？
That's it?
いや、まあ、他の候補より断然ひとはちゃんが良かったってことだよ。
Whoa, you just seem like a better choice compared to the other candidates, Hitoha.
結果大正解だったのは確かっすけどね。
She turned out to be a fantastic choice, at least.
ベテラン女優さんはまあ監督にはちょっと扱いきれないかもだから外した理由はわかるとして、もう一人若手の女優さんが候補にいたじゃないですか。
I can understand not picking the veteran actress since she might be hard to direct, but the other candidate was young too, wasn't she?
あっちはなんでダメだったんすか？
So why didn't you choose her?
いや、だからピーンと来なかったってことだろ。
Like I said, she just didn't click with me.
いや、なんかあの時おかしかったっすよ。プロフィールをちらっと見ただけで慌てて封筒に戻してたし。
But your reaction to her was weird. One look at her profile and you slammed the envelope shut.
それじゃあその人ちゃんと検討してあげなかったんですか？それはちょっとかわいそうです。
So you didn't even consider her? That's kind of sad.
いや、その
No, you see.
その人となんかあったんすか？もしかして以前揉めたとか？
Did something happen between you and her? You two get in a fight or something?
いや、そうじゃないんだが。
No, it's nothing like that.
なんだかそれを聞いちゃうと私をちゃんと選んでもらったわけじゃないようでちょっと残念なんですけど。
You're kind of making it sound like you only picked me by process of elimination. That's a little disappointing.
白状してくださいよ。一体あの女優さんと何があったんすか？
Spit it out. What exactly was your problem with that actress?
いや、その何があったというか。
Well, how do I put it?
妹なんだよ。
She's my little sister.
え？
Huh?
妹さん？
Your little sister?
ああ、芸名だから磯上さんも気づかなかったんだろうが、あれ俺の妹だったんだ。
Yeah, Isagami probably didn't notice because of her stage name, but she's my little sister.
Oh.
Ah,
ああ、そりゃ一緒にドラマ撮るのなんか気まずいっすね。
oh, yeah, it'd be kinda awkward to film a TV drama together, huh?
だろだからまあなしってことで。
I know, right? That's why I didn't pick her.
つか監督に妹さんがいたなんて初耳っすよ。
I didn't even know you had a sister, director.
だったらプロフィールちゃんと見とけばよかったっす。どんな顔か興味あるっすもん。
I should have gotten a better look at her profile. I'm kinda curious what she looks like.
お、ヤグモって名前で女優さんを検索したら出てくるかもしれませんよ。
Oh, maybe we can find her if we search for actresses named YAGUMO.
お、なら早速。
Oh, in that case, let's get to it.
無理だって。さっきも言ったが、芸名で活動してるから全く違う名字だしな。
Stop. Like I said, she's got a stage name, so you won't find her searching for Yagumos.
だったら教えてくださいよ、妹さんの芸名。
Boo. Then tell us your little sister's stage name.
やだ、なんか恥ずかしい。
No, it's kinda embarrassing.
いいじゃないですか。教えてくださいよ。
Huh? What's the problem? Just tell us.
絶対やだ。
I don't wanna.
どうせ後でわかるんすよ。いいじゃないっすか。
We're gonna find out later anyway, so why not?
やだ。
Don't wanna. Everyone gets excited over the topic of Yagumo's little sister. They enjoy the rest of their rowdy night surrounded by good drinks and good eats. Right. So I forgot, what he said her name was, but I guess Riho is his sister's name? I'm assuming. So next time I'm going to start her route, see what that's like. It looks like she has like the same ability, the synesthesia thing, so like that's also like a clue she's related, I think. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed the Yagumo second part, chapter, whatever. Look forward to the sister or whoever this girl is. curious what she looks like. So anyway, thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Bye!